Welcome everybody to session 55 of season 2 of Forgotten Genesis. It has been a while. We've had to skip a week. We might have had to skip 2. I really don't think it was it felt like it was 2. I was very, very sick. I am in the last throes of that.
What?
I fucking hope not. If I went 2 sessions in a row without running, that's not great. I was very sick, not entirely stable. I had, technically still have sinus infection. I have
Come on,
mostly
buddy.
healed
Come
from
on,
that.
for real.
Mostly. Of course, there will still be instances where I make rather disturbing noises while my body is trying to expel infected content from my system. Nonetheless, given the
He's got snot in his chest.
more so all up in here, but
Another name other than snot.
mucus.
Boogers.
It's got another name other than that. I
Either
remember
way,
what it is. Oh, spew. That's what it's called.
sputum, mucus. Yeah, I have been an unwitting and unwilling cleric of Nurgle for the last several days. For those of you familiar with 40k lore, you know exactly what I'm getting at.
That's awful. No. Why? Why have you done this? Why have you done this?
I did not want to worship Grandfather Nurgle, but he was quite insistent on a very twisted form of comfort. Now, otherwise, in the meantime, let's go ahead and get going with some recaps from last session's events, both to refresh my own brain, refresh the context that I have here in my notes, and make sure that I have a relative path forward here, considering, despite the extra gap of time, I spent most of that extra gap continuing to be sick, and I am far more underprepared for today than I would prefer. But let's get started. We'll start with you, Kenny, of course, since we're just going via order of cameras. Recap as far as much as you can recall.
Oh my god, my brain did things. I don't even know where my notes are. Okay, Vanessa, can you help? Can you jog this like the first half of my memory, please? My brain just did the. I knew what it was. I knew what it was, and then it went boop.
Last thing I remember was Aiko's surgery. That was scary as hell.
I did that, yeah.
There was Aiko surgery, I believe, yes.
Oh, we were gonna revive a bunch of changelings and stuff like that.
There was the collection of changeling hearts and all that stuff, yes.
And we did have like a shocking,
Right. We got,
there was a shocking bit of knowledge at the end of the session, and then like we stopped.
I'm getting some of my own memory jogged for what I gave you guys. I did shit that honestly, prior to me getting sick, would have been incredibly punishing for my voice had I tried to do it while I was sick. Doing a lot of Menidna voice and a lot of throaty laughter.
Vinestra said, I more remember what was going to happen next session.
Yes, if I recall, sort of a not technically bar fight, but a conflict in a relatively official capacity. Now that said,
yeah, but
it begins with a D.
It was gonna be in the morning.
Yeah.
I'm gonna kill this fly. Guys, remind me when I see the fly. This is its nemesis, and it will die. And it will die violently.
Yeah.
Till it sizzles. It doesn't get to walk the green mile.
Okay. All that said, just functional above the table stuff as well. The more monstrous voices that some characters have, I may Family Guyify them. In other words, they're all going to sound weirdly like a white office worker. including the fucking Rancor. You know, I thought it was the Gamorreans, but it was actually the bread. You know, that kind of shit. For the sake of allowing my everything in this region of my head to continue to heal, because there has continued to be
Ear,
blood.
nose, and throat.
I don't mind.
That said, just as well, due to the head congestion and everything else, my sometimes lapses in focus, let alone memory, and staring off into space may be more frequent. So I'm going to say that ahead of time, just so you guys are prepared. I know that even just the brief couple of times that I've gone to work since mostly getting over the sickness, neurological episodes have been a little bit more frequent as well, which include me suddenly just completely tumbling over my words like I've fallen off of a mountain. The issue with the hydrocephalus is that damaged part of my brain is the part of the brain that handles speech. So, among a number of other motor functions. But
I saved Meninda last season, and all the people are mad at me now. So
last session, not last season. We're not in
I
Forgotten
know.
Genesis Season 3.
we're tired.
There's also not going to be Forgotten Genesis Season 3. I'm not going to go past
please,
level
God, no.
40.
You have to let me do that. I'm season 3. I'm Descendant Dynasty. Welcome.
The only thing remotely Season 3 will be one-shots and things to cover unresolved storylines and everything like that, because after the final boss is handled, that is the end of the larger scale campaign, and then, again, one-shots and multi-shots to tie off remaining storylines would be likely how that goes. In case there are any, which there may very well be. Also, just in case you guys want to play those characters again and we come up with an excuse for some bullshit adventure to go on for a little bit. But, you know, that's neither here nor there, and that there
We're
may
doing
be
recaps, Joe.
a way down. We did partial broken recaps, and then I went with a housekeeping note, so if anything else has anything else specific that they do
Vinestra
recall
said,
from last week.
sent you something, Joe,
Ooh, let's take a look here, take a gander.
and typed up some stuff.
Yeah, Master typed some recap stuff, some basic recap stuff, and
Yep, I still recall that. And excuse me. Yes. Okay. Right.
Oh yeah. Are we still taking turns?
Yeah.
We're just kinda
kinda
going all at once right now.
It's gonna be a little bit balls to the wall, but I'm gonna try and keep things organized as much as I can. Now, let me see here.
I meant for the recaps.
That's what we're trying to say.
Oh yeah. Avery next. My brain blinked.
Ella had therapy the day before. That was all the Avery.
Right. Fantastic. And then
I think Avery was sleeping after the Ico thing, though. Just sleep.
yep, I believe he was
Right, Avery?
in character conked out for a while.
Avery, you were conked out, right? Because after we had the surgery, you were like, that was too terrifying. It was too terrifying. I'm going to bed. We're like, okay. You're like, I'll take my dinner in my room. It's like, okay.
I don't remember that. So what I think might have happened was player wanted to go to bed, so he forced Avery to bed.
I mean, you know what? That's fair. There's nothing wrong with that. Where the fuck is my pencil? I need that to keep track of what the hell's going on. Oh, it's just folded into the book. I'm dumb. Well, my brain cells ain't deciding to communicate with each other right now. My neurons ain't firing in a good communicative song. All right. But yes, solid, very well done. Anything that you recall specifically, Neseo, that hasn't already been gone over or covered?
Yes. Let's see. We went to the Underdark. Found dragons. Where is it? Uraleth, the adamantine dragon, and I think we found the other one. I don't remember. Dunark went with us. Found some tadpoles, stone tadpoles, and found out they were mind flayer worms, the golemic enchantment on them. And we were going to give them, or we did give them to Angel.
I believe they weren't handed over just yet. And that was
They
what we
were.
were going to. Oh, they were.
They were.
Okay.
I handled that already.
Gotcha.
That was part of the Menendez thing. That happened right before. That's why it took so long, and that's why you got tired, and then we basically couldn't do anything after that.
Gotcha. All right. But solid there, and then I think Venestra already typed up the recap at the end of the session just so they had the notes. Let's double check. Let's see. Went and got those worms. Remember mention of... Yep, also Zenon did become a paladin. Fantastic. Okay, I think that covers most all the bases.
Vinestra said, "Oh right, identifying a bullhorn."
That as well.
Oh yeah, that too.
That as well. Fantastic.
Lurk
Okay.
last session. That didn't lurk last session. You're gonna have to redo it with Venestra later.
Yeah, I believe Venestra was about to cast the Identify, and then we ended up ending the session, if I recall correctly.
No, she did cast Identify, but she couldn't do it because of it was a god's item. It only gives you certain things when you cast it on an item. They only got one thing out of that whole Identify spell.
Well, they were casting they were casting Identify on the worms,
that didn't work.
which didn't work because they were...
And it caused them to get destroyed.
Yeah. Then they cast it again, got a little bit more information when Venestra cast it.
Vinestra said, "Didn't check the horn yet."
Didn't check the horn yet. The horn, I will say this, not a god item. There was no mention of it being one, or even allusion to it. But
Xanon was the one that got the information because of the natural 20.
oh, right, okay. Yeah, I think there were some Arcana checks and things involved. But
I did share the information.
yeah. Fantastic. Okay, that eraser is now useless and dried the fuck out, so we're gonna put on an eraser cap.
I'm gonna send you a message.
That's better. Alright, fantastic. So all that's covered. I think we covered all the bases. So, now let's go ahead and get into the roleplay question. Sorry, again, as I mentioned before, it was going to be a little bit disjointed. Just from my end going into this. So, rolling 28 on the table here. We'll start from the top and work our way back down to the bottom again. Starting with Angel and then Violet. What is currently motivating your character to stay with the party?
With angels, like as far as divorces or, that's family. That's all she is right now. This is her family.
Not the mercenary company. I mean the party, as in this group of people.
She sees some of them as family. She would consider Avery one of the people she likes. She considers Finestra a nice person. She considers Angel family, and she would consider Angel and Avery family, and Piper family. She's getting that way close with Finestra, but she's not there yet.
Gotcha.
Angel, same situation. She wants to get to know Xanon more. They both want to get to know Xanon more, but it's going to take him being more open on his side and less so closed off.
Right.
Because Angels understands that dragons are going to be closed off because they're very protective, but Violet has never known a dragon like that, so...
Yeah. Totally fair. So, you get your inspiration die for your recap and your, of course, character questions. On to Avery in this case. What is motivating your character currently to stay with the party?
Well, it looks promising. He's found more answers about Ioniko's affliction with this party than he has in, I imagine, maybe 2 or 3 years of searching on his own. So that's his motivation, to keep finding answers and eventually a solution.
Totally fair. All right. On to Xanon, as far as his current motivations for staying with the party.
I would say there's more benefits than being alone.
Better than being alone. Fair enough. All right. And finally on to Venestra. Venestra's current motivations for staying with the party at large.
Vinestra said, she considers the party as friends is going to help them with their stuff, plus Angel has a lot of connections so it can help her with her thing.
All right, totally fair. Resources, friendship, and yeah, general helpful urge. Totally works. Totally works. Everybody gets their inspiration die. So, as all of that rolls around, we'll be coming into the morning of Atticast 3rd at roughly 8 a.m. However, before then, we're going to have a slight change in scenery. As the darkness of the night, in a place like this far north, tends to cling longer into the hours of the morning than most other places in the world, so too does often the impulse and urge to sleep. Given the events of the previous day, many of you reasonably may have already found yourselves quite exhausted, but sleep seems heavier than it normally would be. Almost as if the great Sandman has decided to give each of you a much deeper dream. Perhaps in light, potentially, of a Dream Eater even recently being killed in the vicinity.
Yeah, all of that stuff happened pre-morning,
Yes, I know.
like 4 a.m.
I know.
Okay.
So as all of you
We didn't go
sleep
back
in the
to bed.
aftermath, for each and every one of you, you step out onto that soft, dark, dreamless ether. Dream space. That little place of motionless color where the mind begins to dance, begins to push into REM sleep. And yet, each of you feels intensely lucid,
Sleep.
aware. As you step out and your own subconsciouses echo and try and make a sound of the floor beneath you, built of your own recent memories and recent comforts. You each bear witness to each other, stepping out, feeling relaxed and asleep as you are. Is there something I'm missing? You look a little frustrated.
We didn't go back to sleep. It's 4:30 a.m. It's baby time. It's getting people up. It's getting started people going ready to go to school.
You didn't go back to sleep. Okay.
No. That's Angel's morning. 4:30 a.m. I just saved Manina at 5-ish. Because they got in at 4:30.
Okay. Give me a wisdom saving throw.
Twenty-one, 24.
24. Okay. Given that, at this dark hour at about 5:30, you do feel, even amidst your routine, a heavy presence throughout the castle. Something infectious, piercing into the minds of your staff, your compatriots, likely your children. Doesn't feel dark, but it most certainly feels alive and heavy. What do you do?
Can I use detect good and evil?
Yes, you may.
Okay. I'm gonna cast that.
Yeah. Which allows you to sense the proximity of good and neutral and evil entities within a certain proximity. And all around you, you feel a presence of power, heavy, but it doesn't feel evil nor good, neutral, observant, and it feels like something give me a history check, actually. Since at least you and Piper, though she's not present, would have had experience dealing with this particular entity. History check to see if you
29.
can recall the vibe.
29.
It's that same oppressive gaze, like you're being stared down upon by a father of fathers. great father of dragons. Funt Borma is observing your keep. So, what do you do?
He's looking over them, like, to investigate the situation, or...
This kind of heavy presence and being conscious around it means that this entity is likely entering into the dreams of many in this area.
Do I feel him calling me?
Calling you specifically, you're uncertain. The more you focus on it, the more tired you are actively feeling, however.
Either you come to me when I'm awake or you don't come at all. I whispered into the ether and she's gonna look over at Nicodemus, who's still got a baby in his arms at the moment.
Okay.
If he wants us, he's gonna have to come get us. He's technically dad.
Give me, as much as you're speaking out into the ether, give me a persuasion check with disadvantage.
That scared me. I don't know what that was. Uh, 39.
39. Okay. I need everybody to give me a wisdom saving throw. Whether you are awake or currently asleep at 5:30 in the morning.
Oh, wisdom.
Yep.
This will be at disadvantage.
That's not great. Oh, with a disadvantage.
Vinestra
It might be
said,
worse.
Dang, Avery's really in character.
Definitely, that's totally it. All right, yeah, it was even worse. Okay. Well, I rolled a 5, then I rolled a 4, and now I add +3. So that's a total
29.
of 7.
Wisdom save.
Is the effects magical?
It is, though it's not strictly hostile in its nature.
It against being charmed or frightened.
Charmed, no. Frightened, not yet.
16 total.
Okay.
Currently gonna feed the
29.
All right. So, for any and everybody who got a 22 or lower, you wake up dazed and will have disadvantage on the next roll that this entity will induce on you. I don't think anybody got it. 22 or lower.
I got
a
a
7.
29.
You got a 7. Oh, okay. Well,
I got a 16.
We could roll for Aiko, see what she gets, considering she's part of that situation right now.
true. And she does, for the sake of
Oh, you
simplicity,
see.
have your same modifiers. Natural 17 plus what?
What's your modifier for wisdom?
Plus 3.
Plus 3.
I'm glad we're taking your roll because I
Again,
rolled in that
if you
one.
are not proficient, you get another 3 on top of that.
Oh, right. Okay, so my 7 turns into a 10, but that still doesn't fix it.
Okay. Well,
He's
23
not nice,
for Aiko total in that case.
so
So
she's gonna hold you.
she beats it.
Barely.
She's gonna hold you. She's gonna be like, "Oh, you okay?"
All right.
We're still not sure what this save is against, though. So
Oh, I know exactly what it means.
It seems to be unnatural, esoteric, and magical awakenedness, as each of you are snapped awake or to greater consciousness for those of you dealing with drowsiness. For those of you that failed, it's like waking up after a night of drinking. You feel like shit as it wrecks your brain, tweaking just the wrong nerve as it interacts with your magic.
I was awake.
Fair enough. In which case, it's a bit like a jolt of caffeine. Very suddenly in the moment. As each of you awaken and look around your rooms, the spaces you inhabit, whether it's outside in a hammock, wherever you so happen to be, even in just the few feet in front of you, it's like your presence is surrounded by stars. And each of you hear your names whispered in that shine, in a deep, thunderous, commanding draconic voice. For those of you with draconic ancestry, including draconic-based sorcerers, you may roll with advantage against frightful majesty. For those who failed the roll, you get disadvantage, and for those that succeeded but do not have draconic ancestry, flat roll.
what about those who fail but have advantage against being charmed or frightened?
Flat roll.
Okay.
Is this against the frightened condition?
Yes.
That's
I can't be
you're gonna be
frightened.
frightened. No, you can. This is a god above us, as far as dragons go.
Technically, in terms of where he's positioned, he's considered a great old one in his own right.
Yeah.
Does this overpower the paladin aura?
Did
Yes.
you have it up while
Considering
you were
Angel.
awake?
It's constantly active while I'm conscious.
Does it naturally prevent fear?
Yeah, I can't be frightened all the time.
In this case, when you awaken and you feel that presence shudder out, you feel a secondary familiarity as it entrenches into your aura. Not personal, but as if the divine who has blessed you with this benefit is familiar with the being who is commanding out this presence and is helping steel you against it.
The natural 20.
Natural 20. You are fine, and I'm going to go ahead and roll for
Do I need
Nick
to roll for
shits and giggles.
contractions?
Not here.
Vinestra said, "What was the roll stat?"
Wisdom saving
Wisdom.
throw. Also, just give me one broad
19
roll
plus
for,
9.
I'd say your children.
28.
If you-
You want me to roll one for the kids?
yeah, broad scale roll for your children. And I'm going to broad scale roll for also the delegates that are still present in
18.
the area and in the
In
vicinity.
both areas, yeah. 18.
17, the
Plus,
delegates are fine.
The kids rolled an 18.
They failed against the frightful presence. Being awoken by something this powerful is not, something they'd naturally expect. And shits and giggles just because of the sheer scale of this thing. I'm going to roll for the townspeople. A couple of miles away from you guys. Okay, they are freaking the fuck out. That's double ones. For the townspeople.
Looks what about Nicodemus?
Nick did fine. Alright. So, what was meant to be a dream, a subconscious message, is now a waking one. The Lords of Chaos are
Into the
spreading.
microphone. You're not close enough. We can barely hear you.
Alright. The Lords of Chaos are spreading their reach. They are reaching to the land of dreams. They are reaching to the land of guardians. They threaten the gates of dragons. I call unto the frozen guardians of Kirin. I call unto the mindful guardians of Githoven. Mount defenses. Your borders are being threatened.
Mother, you're a little late. Come down here. Take a drink.
That being does not have a physical manifestation like the gods do. He's a little bit too big.
Then call me to your side and I will give you a drink to protect you.
As the stars clear away and the morning stretches into 8 a.m. Each of you naturally catch the smells of the kitchens lighting up, passing through the vents in the various buildings that you inhabit, and urging you toward morning sustenance, and, honestly, coffee and other caffeinated beverages. But there is a slightly more intense edge of burnt bread amongst that smell. Stressed reactions, confusion, maybe less sleep than some people anticipated. What are you all going to do?
I guess we get up, right?
Oh, yeah.
Go to the nearest, eating area.
Yeah. Which, remind me, was everybody in Mochizuki Keep? Was everybody in the Evergreen Estate? Was everybody kind of split up between the two locales? What was generally...
I don't know, where was Aiko's surgery? Where did that...
You're out of there. You're in your room.
Yeah.
We moved you to your room.
Well, yes, but the general,
The room in which location, I should say.
building. Yeah,
It's
which
it,
location?
you're in the castle. You're in the castle.
Okay, we're in the castle.
So that would be Mochizuki Keep.
Yeah,
rather
I'm
than
also letting
Evergreen
you know
Estate.
that her grandmother was already fed the juice, and the tree's already been fed the juice. So for the Draconoid one and the other. So that was something that Piper was doing throughout the castle, was forcing people to take it. Angel at this point pulls the key out of her body and takes the dragon wine that's been blessed and sticks the key inside of the dragon wine. the gates. Seal it away from them.
Okay.
Gonna put all of her protective aura through it.
All right. For the sake of simplicity, where's everybody going to coalesce? Are we going to be coalescing in the Mochizuki Keep sort of breakfast kitchen area or Evergreen Estate? Evergreen Estate is also going to answer at least where most of the delegation are as well.
We had a connecting area, so they could be in both areas, so they could decide what they wanted to eat, considering we have elves in one and dwarves in another.
Yeah, you have Taco Bell and Burger King
So
next
they
to
would
each
have
other.
been
I get it.
separated out. Yeah. We got a Taco Bell, we got the Pizza Hut, we got the Taco Bell, with the combination Pizza Hut and Taco Bell, so we're going right now. Okay.
That's the wrong kind of meat, lovers.
Yeah.
It's only 80% meat.
See, here we have KFC Taco Bells. Well, we'd had them before they went extinct, for whatever reason.
And actually over here we got KFC A&W.
Same thing.
Great being able to eat fried chicken in a Baja Blast.
Sounds yummy. Okay, so
I don't even like Baja Blast. But a
That's
Mountain
the
Dew.
caffeine I have in
tastes
reserve,
good.
actually.
tastes good though.
Baja Blast
So,
is just lime Mountain
she's-
Dew.
She's going to literally.
Well, that may be
I
why
need
I
to
don't
know.
like it, because I don't like lime.
I need to know
Unless it's
what
key
happened.
lime pie, that's different.
Back on topic.
I need to know what happens to the gate key as I stuff it into the dragon wine that's been blessed.
As you stuff it in, the dragon wine bottle begins to glow. That's the main thing that you catch visually. But just to clarify, you are ejecting the key from your body and stuffing it into the bottle.
I am literally using my body as a substitute, sticking it in my stomach and letting it sit in my stomach. I'm drinking a whole bottle by myself before I go down for breakfast. 'cause I
Okay,
literally
so
have those
you
coffee
were
beans in
downing
my mouth.
dragon wine. I just wanted
Holy
to clarify
dragon.
kind of what the idea was. Okay,
Holy dragon wine.
okay. Gotcha.
This is the dragon wine that basically made everybody who had draconic blood spew out the stuff that was screwing everybody up. So this is going to protect the edge of the gates.
Gotcha, I just wanted to
They're not
clarify
going to be able to go
logistics
any
of what you were
nearby.
doing there.
Where?
Well,
Yes.
hopefully. I'm going to roll in the background to see how effective that motion is. Okay. So, as you all coalesce...
Did we need my wisdom save against that majesty thing?
what was
We
your
did.
total?
It was a total of 23.
23.
You did great.
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay.
Again, the broad DC here
You
for...
had me roll it, but never asked for it, so
Gotcha.
I'm just gonna sit.
Yeah, the broad DC for everything he was doing in that moment was 22. It's much higher if he's deciding to be hostile, but... that's a fight that nobody here is prepared for until you're much higher level. So... And that's assuming you decide to piss it off. Which... I'm getting ahead of myself. So... I'm assuming that you all coalesce in one of the dining rooms. I'm assuming maybe there's even kind of a joined sort of dining room in the bridge, kind of between the two spaces, for
Yeah.
sort of conjoined
Angel's
socialization.
currently sitting at the at the front of that amethyst table, chugging an entire cask of wine at the moment.
Jeez, Angela, are you okay?
Generally,
I thought I
No.
had it rough.
that's, I'm going to be honest, that's a little comical to witness because even small casks are about your size.
No, we're not okay. I am the gate.
You are the. Okay, I think we need to go back to bed. You're spewing nonsense.
No,
No,
I
she's
carry
just
the
8 a.m.
dragon
drinking.
gate in my body. I carry the dragon gate in my body. So if we're at threat, that means I am at threat. So I'm gonna chug as much wine as possible so I can purify this thing.
Dragon Gate?
I carry a
Okay.
wormer's gate in my body.
Is this common knowledge, or because players
Oh,
got
yeah.
no idea what she's
Oh,
talking
yeah.
She,
Oh,
I
yeah.
believe, in character clarified that to pretty much every one of you that she at least had possession of the magical means to access entry and exit into and from Ormer, the home plane of the
No,
dragons.
my body has become the gate before. That was something that happened last season.
Vinestra said, "Is that wise while pregnant, Angel?"
I have a bean that will handle it.
I have a bean. Good for you.
Oh boy.
It takes the whole cask and is literally downing the entire thing. It's gonna be okay.
Flicking the bean doesn't solve everything. This is OOC.
It's not that bean. But anyways,
Nothing was mentioned about flicking, and that is very much a Sizath party game, okay?
she looks over at Nicodemus. I need you to do it too. Because if we're one body as one person, you have to drink the rest of it.
He takes
I
the
am being
cask,
the only one holding it.
pulls out a dagger, bashes a hole into it from the top with the butt of his dagger, and then proceeds to stab a hole in the bottom and is shotgunning a small wine cask.
And she looks over at Navarre. And I need you to do it too.
Avery, just go. Show off.
I mean... Whoop, nope, not that voice.
That's not Nick.
Oh, fuck. Ugh.
I mean, if you want to make Nick that voice.
No, that's Navarre.
Vinestra
Nick's
said,
Drake is
"Remember,
Nick is a
Joe,
Drake
don't do voices."
Don't overdo
I
it.
won't do voices. I got you.
She looks over at Navarre. And you too.
Yeah.
We're the gate.
Family
We
Guy.
have to protect
Family
the gate. We're
Guy.
the only gate into that space. My grandfather literally shut down every single gate into that space except for the one that we hold. So, drink the freaking wine.
Navarre nimbly and carefully takes the lid off of the cask and then just dunks his head into the barrel. And you watch as the wine level, after it's displaced and almost overflows, just starts slowly decreasing with his head dunked into the
Does
barrel.
it finally work? Because basically we're the only gate space. Literally, that was the reason it got
Again,
closed.
right now, you have no idea.
Joe, it was instantaneous last time. I need to know if it's working, considering we're gonna have to shit out this shit.
And right now, given that it was instantaneous, and at the moment you don't know, it is disconcertingly delayed in as to whether or not it is actually working as intended.
Oh man, if this happens during the other part, I'm gonna be so pissed off. They're gonna be covered in so much stuff.
So, as Angel, Nick, and Navarre, Nick's dragon, and also Angel's, shall we say, club to the sandwich, are all having wine for breakfast. What are the rest of you having?
Holy
Avery
wine.
would be making kind of some.
Vinestra said, "The creamy filling of an Oreo."
So wrong.
I mean, okay,
Avery.
you know what? I kind of walked into that one because Nick's armor is jet black and then Navarre is an adamantine dragon. Color scheme-wise, it works. Now, it is kind of a Lady Gaga Oreo given Angel's skin and hair scheme, but still. Specifically, the Lady Gaga Oreo with the Pop Rocks. But anyway.
Anyway. Avery's making some orange juice with coffee leaves in it.
Fantastic.
That's how I'm gonna say he gets his caffeine, because G Fuel doesn't exist in D&D.
Oh, I'm sure you go to the
Oh,
right
my
alchemist,
God.
you can find caffeine powder.
I'm letting you know that Angel literally hands me something that looks like a fruit drink, considering Piper made one just in case the kids needed to study.
Yeah,
Made a
whereas
fucking energy drink.
generally due to supply from the Mochizuki Keep menu, Aiko is indulging in a mushroom omelet that apparently has a mushroom medley of a bunch of different kinds of mushrooms that she's never heard of before.
Super yummy.
Mushrooms are delicious. So.
She looks over Nicodemus and hands him the coffee
You gotta
bean.
cook them like a meat. Don't try to cook them like a veggie.
All
Sorry.
you have to do is carry that stuff in your belly.
Yep.
But I need you to have this so we're not freaking dying. She takes like 3 of those little coffee beans that literally make it to where you lose the ability to get drunk from whatever you drank. You're just sit with the alcohol in your stomach.
Yeah. Whereas they all imbibe with that as well. And for a brief moment also, first time seeing it from the outside, you watch Venestra on her own, along with Amira over her shoulder, suddenly just bleed into the wall in single motion like paint just washing off of a wet canvas.
I'm also
And
watching my
disappears
child
from
Steramorph
space.
do that.
Oh, that
Yes, sir.
was that wall?
That was.
Yeah.
Oh.
Where'd the Steramorph go, considering he's just walking through walls right now, enjoying himself.
Still currently
Avery-
indisposed and wandering around at the moment.
Avery takes a sip of the orange juice and then Angel hands him that energy drink. He takes a sip hesitantly because it smells and looks like nothing he's ever seen before.
Yeah, roll me a con save, because, you know, the first time
tastes like
someone ever
fruit
takes an
punch.
energy
It's
drink
great.
can be fucking,
It's
wild.
The flavor's gotta be amazing because she wouldn't think it didn't taste good. You can imagine kids are like, no, we're not gonna touch this. This is nasty.
I will say this: I've never had any bad experience with energy drink, except for like C4, but that was like
Ooh.
I think that was some other additive, not the caffeine.
Yeah.
But anyway, I'll roll that.
Absolutely.
save Constitution.
Constitution save in this case, yes. If you roll real low, you're going to be scared for about 30 minutes that you're having a heart
7
attack.
plus 8, so that's 18. That's 15. Wait, no. 7 plus 8 plus 3.
If you're not proficient, you
18.
get another 3.
18. Yeah. So it gets.
If you're not proficient with the save, you get another 3 because of, again, epic levels.
21.
I am proficient with it, and my
Oh.
sheet says 8. So I said 7 plus 8, which
Okay.
is
Plus
15.
Yep.
Plus 3, which
Fair
is
enough.
18.
18, yeah. You take it, and it's very much everybody from the outside watches as Avery's eyes just, his pupils get fucking tiny.
Focused.
Wow.
He-
Wow.
Whoa.
Still gonna drink this. This is orange juice. But I'm also gonna drink this.
Totally valid.
He's also gonna add one of the god apples into this whole situation of her stomach at the moment. She's gonna do the
And-
trifecta in her own body at this moment.
Absolutely.
She's like,
and as
"We're just
all
gonna
of you
try to
are
get this
initially
all
kind
out."
of starting to collect yourselves, you watch as that paint bleed also suddenly reappears through the wall and constitutes itself back into the tall form of Venestra. Accompanying her, currently a sort of, at the moment, redheaded and very sort of wealthy, adorned, yet kind of disorganized in its own right. High elven figure. Yes?
What is today as far as like if we were gonna coalesce it to what our days are? Is it like a Monday, a Tuesday, or Wednesday? Because
Let me double
I
check
didn't
the
know if my
calendar.
kids are in school.
It is the 3rd. It is Ballius, so it's a Wednesday.
Okay, so all the kids are going to school. I need you in class. You already know you're late.
Fuck. Friday is going to be
Looks
another
at all the
briefing.
ones that are under 3, and she's like,
Hey, Amber.
Remedial. Amber's here.
Kind of. She hasn't unmuted yet.
Muted
Also,
at the
Amber
moment.
is currently in Capulus Medicus getting more supplies involving also the she's gonna get more beans, more special beans that
Yep.
like keep us from getting drunk.
Hola.
Baby's loud. I'm muting.
It's okay. Actually gonna put a small pause on the RP because it's a quick BRB, everybody. Had to get an update that was not necessarily needed to be public knowledge. But either way. As far as things that you missed, Amber, very quickly. Whoop. She might still be able to hear. As everybody kind of woke up in the wee hours of the morning, and I will mention this actually, you even were able to catch this while in the Feywild. Everybody was visited by a message from Borma. Which is the great old one dragon that you and Guinea have encountered before, basically warning that the Lords of Chaos are apparently trying to spread their
Working on
influence
brain
to the plane of Guardians, trying to spread it into the plane of Dragons, trying to spread it into a number of places.
The Plane of Guardians is which one?
Plane of Guardians would be shorthand for Soli,
They can't make it into Soli.
and they're trying, just
They're
like they're
trying.
trying with Orma.
Which means the one that Piper shuts them off from the Dream Realm, because she's the one who can do that.
Yeah, them
on,
trying
I
to
have to
butt
go
their
grab
asses
it.
into Ormer was likely why Borma popped up.
Looks over Nicodemus. You may have to take a drink.
Fuck.
I'm here. Hello.
Hi, Letty. So, you're gonna have to go into the Dream Realm and handle that. Something you would have.
Okay. May have to recap me a little more in a
Oh,
bit.
that's also another place I was trying to
That
infect.
I didn't hear.
And yeah,
Okay.
Soli and the Dream World are two different planes of existence. To clarify.
Those evil chaos people are trying to go into the Dream Realm and take over.
Trying to go into
Yeah,
Dream World,
Soli.
trying to go into Soli, trying to go into Ormer.
Or murder. Not
Evil chaos people are these the rune baddies. Okay. Just making sure we're on the same page here.
As also Venestra briefly took a walk, went off to somewhere, and came back with a high elf in her company.
Okay, so now you can mute yourself. Because you're out of Medicus, Calculus Medicus. 7 in the morning. Looks over at this elf. Hi?
Hello. Venestra, do they...
She shoos her kids off to go to work class. Go to class. I'm not arguing this.
I'm Lazier, an Adroris. Resident artist in...
Vinestra said, "You two have met before, Angel."
May not recognize him. Let me see. Let me check. See if she recognizes him. She's too busy focusing on getting small child to school who's like, Mommy, I don't want to go to class. And her just going,
And also, well, no, you failed to recognize him, but I will say, Avery, given your, well, racial experience, I should say, roll me an insight check.
Is this the campaign with the boon from Angel, or is that the other one?
The advantage with Angel is the other one. This one, Angel, is still decidedly mortal.
10 plus, you said it's an insight. You said it's insight?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's 19.
That was
19
what?
total.
19 total.
19 total.
19.
Gotcha. All right.
Is this not close enough?
No, I got
rolling
you.
a general acting check for this elf. And yeah, you catch this sort of subtle performed sway to his just kind of standing motion and this slight discoloration in the whites of his eyes in a way that they don't quite have that full separation with the whites in the iris that give you that ever so subtle recognition that this is one of your people currently wearing the face of a high elf.
Tell us the changeling? Can I at least tell that part?
You failed to immediately recognize from experience. I'll say, given that failure, roll me an insight with disadvantage. This is purely based off of the fact that your two characters have experience with
I
these
need you
kinds
to
of...
not kill me today. I know what this is gonna do to me later. Let's go with 18. You know what?
You do also catch on to that slight inconsistency in that present performance and that weird gradation in the eyes.
Cool. Urkbuck is also sitting at the table, just so you know.
Fair enough. Have I showed off session art for Urkbach yet?
No,
So that everybody has context for who the fuck this lady
that's
is.
the lady.
And she's a turtle, right?
No,
No,
Urkbach
she's
is
a
a
hobgoblin.
hobgoblin. Let me see here.
I was
Let me-
sworn there
oh.
was a turtle named Urkbach that
No.
There's a turtle named
Turtle is
Farrah.
Sarah.
Sarah, you're working with Sarah in the other campaign.
Excuse me.
Sarah is a turtle.
There she is.
Who was the person that was originally in Malta before we retconned it or whatever.
Also a character straight up named Malka,
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
who is
yeah.
himself a turtle. That is Urkbach.
And then he went. She's in session art. She's hot.
Hot girl.
Looks over at Urkbuck.
The only things that betray the well-constructed sort of face and physique that betray her nature as a hobgoblin is a sort of subtle, almost fur-like stubble that kind of hides behind that wavy hair. And in and of itself, there's a sort of really harsh tension in the muscles that you can see just barely kind of pop up every so often. That give off a nature of a far more militant and hardened person.
I want to watch the kids this morning, Urkbuck, so I can talk to the delegates. Or whoever has just come into the room.
Well, sure.
She hands Christina over to her. There's like,
Ah, well, you've gotten a bit bigger, why haven't you?
he's only like half a quarter of an inch bigger. She's like a tiny bean. 2 years old.
Keep forgetting how tiny gnomes are when they're small tots.
Yeah, there's a lot more kids now, so if you want to go introduce yourself.
Yeah, I've
is-
noticed.
The nursery's full at the moment.
I've noticed.
One of them's mine.
Yeah, one of them's his.
Everybody else get a message from the Great Father last night?
Yes.
So that wasn't just me?
No.
According to the information network, it wasn't just this immediate region either. Keep getting
Where-
reports for a wider and wider reach of people that got that message last night. And in some cases, midday, time zones and all that.
I need you to, when Piper gets back, I need you to ask her for the concoction type on how to make it, and I need you to go back to Marquette, as much of it as you can, and shoot it through everybody's veins as fast as possible.
Understood.
And
I'm
I
already
need
also
every
hearing
single-
tell that message
ahead.
passed through planes. It's very likely that your friend in the Feywild heard it too.
How do you know that whoever they are, they're from Limbo? And I got a letter from somebody's parent with poison in it at the beginning of all this.
Understood. Either way, I'm gonna go keep prodding my lovely whispering birds.
All the kids, go introduce yourself. Oh, so many kids. We're all under one.
As Urkbach turns and excuse me, and takes her leave.
I have a question. Does the creature that's on his shoulder basically tense up saying Urkbach leave the room?
It does.
Nice to meet you. Have a seat. We have a buffet of breakfast at the moment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Were you referring to the high elven individual that came with Venestra?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, that was a little bit vaguely stated.
No, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay. So yeah, there's a mild tension to his shoulders for the moment, which now, at least in this lighting, you do catch a sort of more androgynous physique.
So, who are you and where do you come from?
Well, I come from Someril. I am Laziar Adroris. A practicing artist. Oil painter, currently. Though I did recently have a thing for sculpting and stone masonry, and I switch my vibes and my style very frequently. I was recently picked up by Venestra here, for what reason I do not quite yet know. It was nice to see you. Usually you come by and visit, you don't fetch me. What do you happen to be doing? Hmm? Also, I got stuck in the Irish accent. Posh.
Vinestra
Posh
said,
the shit.
the one who helped make a certain necklace for you, Angel. And I figured I'd introduce you to the others.
You'd introduce me. Oh, delightful.
Didn't
So,
you get killed by Urkbach like so?
killed? No. No.
There was like an entire like threat put out on your life, considering you broke her heart and basically made her feel like shit for like 6 months.
We're not talking about that, but hello again, Angel. Who are the rest of these people?
And then
First of all-
there's like a pause and her eyes get real wide because he's like one of the only other people that's ever seen her completely naked.
If you need another painting done, I would be more than happy to do that for you and your partner. But, again, who are the rest of these people? I see a delightful half-elven individual to the side here.
Yeah,
And most
Avery.
lovely. Avery.
Avery.
No.
Charmed.
Psycho.
He's gonna roll. Technically, they are going to roll an insight check on you. 2.
I thought it was just a.
Vinestra said,
Isn't it a passive
"Be
thing
right
to
back."
recognize other changelings?
Yes, it is a passive thing.
Oh, it
for them
is?
To be able to recognize. Yeah.
Okay. Hmm.
But it's like a shared, like, unspoken rule that we don't give each other. Right?
Right.
Yeah.
I wonder what inspired that fashion choice. Fascinating.
Oh, you can speak freely. These are my friends. They know.
Just because he likes to wear
Likes to wear a
type of
twink.
fashion.
Yes, I get the idea. Currently, I'm in a little bit of an androgynous mood myself.
Good, and we get it. We understand each other.
Sort of. In which case, I'm assuming you're ravishing, yet admittedly also, you both have a terrible case of eczema.
Oh, sure, that's what it is.
Well, for simplicity's sake, we'll say yes.
Yeah,
That's
sure.
what that is.
Yeah, totally.
Well, if you feel inclined later and have the coin to spend on it, I'd be more than happy to do a portrait of the both of you in a decidedly, admittedly interpretively healthier light.
What do you think, babe? Sounds like an experience. Not often you get a portrait painted.
She drowsily lifts up from her omelet. What? Sorry, I'm in the middle of chewing.
Do you want to let this fine gentleman paint us a couple's portrait?
How much do you... Go on.
Swallow your food, hon.
How much do you charge?
Aiko, charge isn't a factor anymore. We have very, very wealthy friends.
I still like to know how... Charge is a factor. I'd like to know the rate so I know how much to tip.
Ah, okay.
Wait,
How much do you charge? Well, I have a friends and family discount. I also have, well, a kindred being discount. Are you looking to create secondary identities to pass yourselves off as an honest portraiture for personal use? Is this a matter of comfortability or coverability? Well,
What was the question? Sorry, I spaced out.
is a question if you want like a family portrait or if you want like a different type of person to be able to turn into.
am I painting an alias or your
no.
true selves?
Our true selves, or yeah, for the most part. just-
Vinestra said,
just form.
back sorry.
Sound out there,
Not a
friend
new
in
form.
love.
She looks over at
I say that
Avery.
playfully, we're just very good friends.
Avery, would you like to go and take a nap with you and Aiko today?
I don't know how I respond to that as the player, because the player says yes, yes, yes. But Avery has no reason to be exhausted, so
He was stressed out after Aiko, considering he might want to take a nap because he did help me do a lot of spells.
oh, but then he got woken up.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, we did not get our sleep last night, but neither did anyone else.
No, everybody else got sleep,
Do you
but I
feel
know that
are
you and
true
Aiko need
selves
time
in a
to
more
rest.
energized state or in a more exhausted and
Aiko
cornered
needs
state?
to recover, so it's probably.
Good. Plus, you could go see the gardens and just have a normal, relaxing day.
Yeah, good.
That's Savory on the head because he's looking really tired considering. Okay. It's okay to take a day to sleep. Just
Fair.
like,
Well, next there's another eclectic collection of people, a number of delightful children. I do child packages for large-scale paintings.
how do you know how you're gonna be able to handle like over 140 at the moment?
I can do a panorama.
If I can get them all to sit still at once.
Given that it is a painting, sitting still in groups is still totally viable.
Good, great, awesome.
How
I'll
many
ask
children
Nicodemus.
exactly are we dealing with here?
I'll let you know when I finish making the count from last night.
Ah.
Because I just birthed another, like, 20-something, so...
Takes a quick look at you in that very much changeling can see the motes kind of look that Nick often gives you. There may be more on the way, I can see.
Haha.
Well, whenever you're comfortable or properly, granted a reprieve.
Did we give him any of... She looks over Vanessa. You're gonna need to give him some of that Solai stuff.
Some of what now?
It's supposed to protect you from the weird, creepy people who are kind of invading the boundaries of different spaces right now. Basically purifies the skin, body, and soul.
First I'm trying to roleplay after this, and I'm coughing way more than I thought I would. Alright.
That's because you did that low voice and you haven't been able to stop coughing after you do that.
I go too high and I'll start coughing like crazy as well. I'm sitting in my natural register here.
Looks over at this guy. She's like, can we possibly...
Vinestra said, good point, Angel. You best get to drinking, and no stripping. We don't need your patron and you both doing such.
I mean, I've done a nude portrait of you before, and since you know of a partner, I could do a nude
portrait?
portrait.
A nude portrait? I remember sitting for 45.
I mean, look, you needed some merchandise for when you were still moonlighting as Deva.
Still moonlighting as Deva.
Still under
Looks
that
over at
name?
Nicodemus. Not really, but she looks over at Nicodemus. Are you okay with this?
Doing a nude couple's portrait?
Yeah.
Could we, hold on. Could we do a clothed one for official capacity, especially since, we're trying to look good in, the eyes of public officials first, and then we can worry about...
You could put it in a room. We do have the extension on the closet.
I could offer 3 paintings for you. One clothed, one nude, and one using actually a couple of layered materials, using this wonderful transitionary reflective material that I got a bolt of from Githoven. That apparently was used in some ancient human art pieces. That basically meant as you looked at it from different angles, the picture would transition.
Be great. And she looks over at Nicodemus. I have to go and train, so I'm going to let you continue this conversation in my stead.
No, I'm going with you. This is weird. No offense.
Sir, can we continue this conversation around lunchtime?
Right now, I'm not quite a sir, but sure. I am a midi.
Talking about the royal... It's like the dear sir or madam situation.
Either
just like,
works in this case. Depends on my mood.
Oh, okay, fine. I'm gonna have
Change
to pass
it,
this every
darling.
2 minutes then. I'm going to train now.
I remember her smiling a lot more when I first did her portraits. It seems motherhood has taxed her quite a great deal.
Vinestra said, a lot has happened.
Well, I'm sure I did notice a number of battle scars as well. Didn't know children scratched that much. I jest. I can see the weapons. now.
She did have a kid come out of her eye.
Really? That's unfortunate. I didn't know such side effects could come from a changeling breeding with a normal mortal little thing. Next to thing, a couple will be coming out of her ears. Shocking. Was it a painful affair? No, never mind. Too much.
She doesn't pop her head back in. She looks over at her son, who's Lucian, who's sitting behind them, listening to this in conversation. Being nosy, we need to train.
I'm being nosy, Mother.
Are you, or are you not supposed to be training today with us?
Supposed to be. I have divine training ingrained into my very being.
I understand that.
I'm a celestial of death.
I understand that. Battlefield training. Your sister Kismet told me to come get you.
Fine. To reference that weird material that Uncle Griffin showed me, I will be the Whis to you and Dad's Goku and Vegeta. Whatever the hell that means. The hairstyles were so weird.
Good lord.
I'm going to assume that you're Vegeta Mother because you're the shorter one. I don't know.
The thing I know about that show is a few episodes from the very first Dragon Ball and DBZ abridged. So he would be the kind of
Whis is like
butler?
Whis is like an archangel butler to like this great deity who's a destruction god.
Yeah.
And basically, yeah, that guy. And he's like a super strong actual combatant who's supposed to also be training.
Really?
Yeah, he is.
As he heads out
Yes,
after the
yes,
two
yes.
keys.
Because they're supposed to be like the guardians or like the people who can basically reel in anything they do by accident.
I need to... Hold on a sec.
There it goes.
Oh, I thought destruction gods were a little higher than that. Oh.
That was redder than it needed to be. All right.
So you've been coughing for a while.
I know.
He looks over at him.
Oh.
Like, come on, Whis, if you're gonna actually be Whis, let's go.
Oh, yeah. Like I said, he already heads after you guys.
They can still feel you from Angel from the hallway. You see her wings just pop out the same to the side, or just change outfits for like 2 seconds.
All right. As he heads out after you, you know, very briefly, let's cut over to the Feywild in Capulus Medicus. What's Piper up to?
Munching on pizza rolls. I don't know.
Fair enough.
Hungry.
And actually,
I haven't
technically,
eaten since food.
oh shit. Well, contextually, you spent most of the recent or previous night handling surgery with Aiko, helping Angel with that. And then you briefly hopped off into the Feywild and Capulus Medicus to gather materials for Brain just turned off for what specifically? I think it was something you messaged Megan about in case you were unable to attend today. I don't recall the specifics. I'm drawing a blank. And unfortunately, Megan's away from the chair.
Wait.
She's back! With food of her own, apparently.
Dropping a whole lot of frames, no.
That's okay. Megan, just to clarify, I think that's cake. Just to clarify, what was Piper off gathering in Capulus Medicus?
Medical supplies, beans, because we ran out of medical supplies.
Right.
She's the one mass producing right now.
Gotcha.
Because I used man protein for like 6 months before we started campaign, and now we've used them all up starting
Okay.
campaign, and she was supposed to revive.
Gotcha.
That's why all of her little underlings and her family is kind of helping on that end.
So while you were busy in Capulus Medicus replenishing medical supplies, you got that message, at least in terms of where you are, midday from Funtborma, that star dragon that you have been ever so comfortable dealing with.
You don't like him.
Even just reports around your face circle, apparently, as far as you can tell, everybody in the Feywild heard that message, including some being awoken from sleep to hear it. Something wrong with that cake? That was a very disappointed nod. What's wrong with it? Is it sour?
Vinestra said, "Is it salty?"
I'm back. Ow.
What happened? We need to know.
Coconut.
I had to go get
Oh,
the
shit.
pizza rolls out.
It's coconut.
You okay, me? Ren?
Go
Megan?
get some epi if you have to.
Yeah. Ate coconut cake.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and hit BRB here just to make sure that, you know. Alright. Welcome back. So, Piper, you were replenishing medical supplies in Capulus Medicus when that message rang out. It has been roughly about 3 hours since then. In the material plane right now it would be about 8 a.m.
So it's 8 a.m. for me too, because it's synced to wherever Angel is.
Right. And if you got that
Dang it, we cannot
message,
hear
likely
you.
they did as well. Well, she's muted. And she's eating. So.
It was a work in progress. We did that thing over the break.
Okay.
Joe, we're ready.
Ah! Ah! Never pick your nose with the same hand that used fucking Tiger Bum! Oh god!
Oh, sweet.
Dragon! What? Such a thing!
Vinestra said, "You fool."
Oh, yes.
Oh god!
So much.
Don't touch your balls with it either.
No, I'm not planning on it.
What are your eyeballs?
Oh, I can smell the universe. Okay. That wasn't even on BRB, so that's clippable. Fuck.
He has attained enlightenment.
Wait, it wasn't it BRB?
No, that wasn't.
No,
That's
was it?
that's live.
What, man? Somebody go back!
Oh. It's like I just nosedived into a patch of spearmint and then promptly shoved hydrogen peroxide up the same nostril.
It's not spearmint.
Oh god.
It's spearmint.
With
and
a
ginger.
touch of cinnamon on the back end.
There's ginger in it. Oh, there's ginger in it. You just stuck ginger up your nose.
I nose fucked myself with ginger paste.
Oh. Like straight up freaking menthol! And
It
other
is.
stuff. With
And
ginger. It's like insult to
how-
injury.
You know why I like it? Because it smells like ginger. I love it. It smells like ginger. It smells like... So you go to those moments. So when somebody uses it, I'm like... Oh, you use tiger pills.
I'm gonna go put you in the playpen with your bottle. Because you are trying to snag at my finger like it's a nipple. So that means you are hungry.
So are you ready? Are you dying?
Ugh.
So Daddy has to go do stuff after he drops me off. Go get the hairbrush and the brush. I will brush your hair.
Okay, so...
Hello.
Alright. So, again, Piper, you were... Jesus.
He's in Medicus.
Yes, you were in Capulus
saw the
Medicus,
message.
replenishing medical supplies. Got the message, it's 8 a.m.
He used to call me on my Facebook.
You calling me? You're calling Angel right now?
I know.
I open.
Oh, hold
big
on.
phone
Why are
out.
things still muted? The button's fucked. Wait, oh no, we're good, we're fine. I muted the sound effects function because it was overlaying with my
You don't need to
microphone.
be. Don't need to be in the camera when you.
I'm doing her hair.
Yeah.
No, they cannot.
Okay, so as she opens the fake phone and she's like in her training clothes, and this is, you notice the Angel's in her training clothes, her hair pulled like into a tight bun, the tightest of buns, looking absolutely frustrated.
Are her flappers gasted?
I saved Manidna, but why are you calling?
Did you hear them?
Oh yeah.
Crazy, right? Not the only one who heard it.
I am going to kill. I think we should start with the hag. I think we should help. Violet find the hag, because I'm going to need to take out some of this aggression on something that I can peel apart.
Also because hags fucking suck.
They do, they suck.
We already went to the abyss. I don't want to deal with a freaking devil this time. Don't even get me started on where we're supposed to find the damn worm snake thing. The neurals.
Know where that one would be? Because we're going to the Rusted Peaks later for Avery, because Violet wants to go there. Help Avery. So the issue that I'm having right now is I also have a million people trying to break into my home at the same time. Did you know that? Sharnie's been broken into twice in the last day and a half.
Ah, so we need to go,
My job.
investigating?
I'm gonna have to do my job.
Yes.
She holds up the other sandworm and said, "They look like this. Little stone
The what?
worms. You might want to." She pulls out the stone worm, throws it in the camera. They look like this.
Alright.
Be able to. You might have to look and see if there's anywhere you live, because they're invading everywhere. The Fae realm, I think,
Right.
might be safe, because they didn't say the Fae was infested, but they did say that the Guardians realm was infested, or is about to be infested. They're trying to bring in people alive.
Oh, that's not good.
They can't use Murkest to do it, because that's not an actual thing they can do in case they're using our Murkest to try to get through to all the other ones.
I doubt it. I mean, it also depends. Does the creature have evil intention? If the creature has evil intention, then
We probably need to check the underside of Mertest, because we haven't checked the underside of Mertest.
oh, we have been putting off the Underdark of the Marquess for some time.
I understand that. No, we went there once when we saved that dragon under Mertest, but
I think we went underground. We didn't go into the Underdark.
Underdark.
You guys went into a subterranean cavern system. You didn't go deep enough to get into the Underdark in that area.
Right. But now we know where to get in.
Yes,
But they would.
I
use it-
will. Sorry?
They might be using the underspots of all the holy spaces. Because all of the ones they've told us are places that have the holy spaces,
Right.
except for yours. And there might be a reason, because your other half of your dark fae is probably emerging, is probably protecting the lower half there.
Yeah,
The only
I'll get in touch with the other Archfey and see if they, or let them know.
Can you do me a big favor and ask, what's that guy's?
Because I don't. Or
Ask-
might be mixing
ask-
up names.
Ask your mother if she's. Give your mother that syrup. She hasn't even been given the syrup. What'd you find out when you gave her the syrup?
I haven't done it yet. I forgot. I was so busy getting shit together.
Get that done for
I'm
me.
just gonna keep that Fae phone with me, mother. Just go looking for my mom.
Our mom, basically, go get our other mom. Take care of it.
Mother. Marigold
Hey
is
there,
mother.
Piper.
Well, I need you to take an injection really quick. And so does Da.
Devin and I need an injection of something.
Let's just say this: we need to see if some a whole bunch of black ink vomits out you, because that's been happening a lot with everybody close to me, Angel, and the rest of the party.
Oh,
Like, considering you have like 4 to 5 years, or 10 years, or 100 years that are unaccounted for, you might.
okay.
99
My ass was
love.
mixing up names. Sorry. It's not Funtborma, it's
Marigold.
Dervasil. Dervasil, the skilled father. Funtborma is the god of madness and reckless. Mixed them up.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Funtborma isn't even
So,
a problem in this
and since
campaign.
you're missing like 100 years, and the Shadowfellows might be an option or an issue,
Piper just has an injection already ready. Of the
and your father's
beans.
like, is your father like coming over the hill like, what's going on? Hold on. I'm gonna let her do the injection.
Ren, please. They don't need to see the hair that came off your hairbrush. Please go throw that away. Alright. Yeah, so Piper's got two injections ready, one for her mom and one for her dad.
Fantastic. One for Marigold, one for Evan. Right, so what are we getting injected with?
Oh, just pure concentrate of the beans of the land.
So heroin. Gotcha.
No holy essence to dispel darkness.
Right. Heroin.
Sure, whatever.
Yeah.
I think that's not right anymore. Just goes and injects.
All right. And as they take the injections, both
Getting a
your
phone
father and your mother have been exposed to some degree to
Wait, pause.
corrupted
Getting
essences
a
of
phone
Venus.
call.
Got it. Hello.
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 He's on the way home with the toddler and then has to run to Walmart to get purse
Okay.
for said toddler.
So,
Anyway, injections.
what happened with the injections?
So both of them have been exposed to corrupted essences throughout the years, mostly abyssal and demonic in nature. To which they do both spew out a bit of black and purple goo, essentially. Not much, as you know, you've made previous efforts to clear them out, and it's really just kind of vestigial. You know, it's like that last
So none
bit
of the room.
Yeah, none of the runes are present on them. It seems like it's largely just like coughing up the last remnants of a flu that never quite left you. You know what I mean? It's that kind of issue.
Gross.
Piper, could you take that injection and stick it into the ground underneath your space?
Sure thing, and just does like, yip. Why the fuck not? I'm having a day.
Just to see if it's a possibility that it's the
Alright.
ground that might be infected.
Never thought I'd say this, but Lance, hope you like this. It just injects the ground.
All right. You squirt the earth with basically golden apple concentrate.
It's not golden apple concentrate. It's the one that's used for the Fae. It's a different one. We had to
Oh,
find
right.
something that was specifically Fae.
As you shoot it into the earth, you watch as the ground begins to spiral out, almost like if you've seen like a mycelium structure, kind of spiral out. And it immediately kind of glows within the dirt and glows within the earth. You can see its network spreading out throughout the roots and throughout the various sort of structures already present in the dirt here. And it seems to start to cling to the roots of the various different plants that you've planted here. And they grow a little more quickly, get closer to their harvest points for some, and for others, fruit a lot more heavily, but no corrupted material seems to summon itself forth.
From all of Capulus Medicus.
All of
Remember,
Capulus
Capulus
Medicus.
Medicus is floating.
High in the sky.
There's only one thing that you hear, or one thing that you really notice. There's a slight, like ever so slight thinning of the air, as you notice the floating island just slightly raises in altitude, and then you hear something far below you. Sounds like it just got smashed to pieces.
Just kind of goes to the edge and looks over, tries to see what it is. What do my elf eyes see?
Looking down, you see the shattered remains of what looked to be a very, very large chunk of black obsidian, which just barely your eyes, the Runekeeper, pick up on from this distance. Golemic runework. An obsidian golem is clinging to the bottom of your
I
island.
was right. I was right. Or was I right? Can you tell me I was right? Can you tell me I was right while I'm on the phone?
And an emphasis on barely picking up on those runes. It's obsidian, it's molten glass. It's not exactly durable.
Yeah, but
Yeah, you were right. Just turns the glass. Can you see?
it's a portal. You need to destroy the obsidian. You just destroy the
It
obsidian.
is already thoroughly destroyed.
She looks over at
Obsidian and it probably shattered when it hit the ground.
Yep.
she looks over at Nicodemus. I need you to make a trip to both cities, and she hands both items to him.
All right.
And she looks over. Actually, this is the one thing she does is she summons through the necklace her father, because he has a portal to the other side through there.
Well,
Akihito!
how are you, darling?
I am all right, but she hands him the wine that has been made. I need you to stuff this into the ground under where our house is.
Okay.
In that big city, considering you've moved over the top of it now as a floating island over a floating island, can you move down to the ground piece and stuff this into the ground?
Sure.
Like now. Like
Yeah.
yesterday. Because they're trying to break through if you didn't get woken up
Well,
by
I can't really do
Garcia.
yesterday unless you give me one of your mushrooms.
I love you, Dad. This is
Hyperhere's this.
Vinestra said, Vay would request some for her changeling friend too to make sure he's okay.
She hands him some from Solai. Like, there's the fruit in Solai that's, like, literally made of sunlight.
I haven't seen this in quite a while.
If you want to visit, there's actually an island in Solai where it's a holy island.
Oh.
Like
No.
Merpest?
No. I like the vibrancy of the material plane.
Okay. She looks over at Nicodemus. Now it's your turn. I know that you had training planned, but this is more important right now.
Nick
Because
down
I don't need any more break-ins right now.
Doesn't leave out much sputum. Some corruption spills out of him. It almost looks like blackened rock shards. But it's very small. It's almost gravel-like. There doesn't seem to be any rune work on it. Similar story, actually, to what this quote-unquote high elf coughs up.
Blah.
So disturbing.
That sounds good. Hey, come here.
We did succeed in giving each one of the deities one of this, right?
Yes.
Ah,
It's kind of what allowed your ability to bear witness to the Five Lords of Chaos to happen.
he looks over at...
Spilling out all of their corruption kind of removed that camouflage.
At work when they put the stuff into the ground. Does my dad basically called me back telling me that that's a big old piece of bullshit.
Oh, yeah.
I'm relaxed now. Portal broken. I need is for them to use my chest as an item to fight with.
Yeah, no, but my question is, how would they get through? Evil intentions.
They'd use the bottom. The top part is different, remember? There are evil fae that are actually part of the Pantheons. And if there's one on one side, there's one on the other side. Over and under.
That's above, so below, as I've heard somebody say before.
Something like that. But I have to go train now because I'm tired. But I have to go do this, and then I have to go do mass resurrection. So could you bring me the rest of the ingredients?
Yes, will do.
Okay, good. And the rest of your family needs to have that injected too, and your treehouse, just in case.
I'ma go inject the tree house. My tree house. Our house.
Vinestra said, Vi would look to Zanan. Shall we go do that interview with that man?
Ah. Oh. Timer.
I'm asking you something, Joe.
What is this interview for?
There was that captain of the guard that mentioned he was going to interview the two of you to make sure that you were on the up and up.
Nothing falls out of the bottom of where the roots of the treehouse are?
No. The house in and of itself seems mostly untouched.
Okay.
Sorry for the extended wait
Am I
for an
finished
answer
eating
like
everything?
that.
Oh, you're good.
As we then sorry, the dizziness is still somewhat present. As we then move on down. Jesus. As we move on down to Xanon and Venestra's meeting with the captain of the guard. Which again, as he mentioned, he, I believe, said he was going to find you. Which, of course, soon enough, as you guys are meeting at the breakfast table, that same sort of grayed orc eventually makes his way into the doorway, standing at attention, politely waiting to be basically granted permission to extract you by anyone in a higher position than himself.
Right. No.
Either I am granted permission to order you to leave, or you follow me. One of the two options.
Vinestra said. Vi would get up to go follow him.
Good move.
We following as well.
All right, both follow. He leads you down the halls and eventually out of Mochizuki Keep, beginning to sort of walk down and away from both of the major structures, and out into the frozen, cold tundra of Kirin before, with a flip of a coin, a tent summons itself forth onto the ground, and he gestures for the two of you to enter within.
Vinestra said. V is going to enter said tent.
All right. As you both enter, you are met with, aside from the leather exterior of the tent, inside a series of sort of purple and bluish velvets and silks that trace along and give the interior a much more sort of luxurious appearance, which would be very nice to kind of, relax into, if not for the couple dozen of spears and crossbows pointed at you at your entry, alongside a number of Sharni Underdark guards wearing various stages of sort of leathered and chitinous armor, a number of drow, grey orcs, deep gnomes, and Duragar, all having their weapons sort of trained on you, as this grey orc sort of guard captain who initially brought you here follows in after, snaps his fingers as a series of myconids kind of haul over a large slat of wood and then set it on top of both of their heads, acting as legs for a larger desk. As then a couple more smaller myconids walk over, setting a couple of cushioned slats on top of their heads, acting as living chairs. Go ahead and take a seat. I have some questions to ask. First things first. What is the nature of both of your recent appearances in the company of Zavorcizor and my lord in Miss Mochizuki?
Sorry, can you say that again?
What is the nature of your recent appearance in the presence of Zavorcizor and my lord and Miss Mochizuki? as neither of you have a prior record in our files for recent wanderings and appearances, at the very least, in the material plane.
I was promised way back home.
Away back home from where? I asked for the nature of your appearance, not the reason for your stay.
I guess I was brought here by accident.
You guess or you know?
It was an accident.
Roll a persuasion or deception check. You need not say which, just the number in total.
This is said he's an orc.
Yes, a gray-skinned orc, wearing sort of semi-regal but heavily decorated guardsman armor. There are a number of other guardsmen here in the tent. The level of decoration here says that he is of a higher rank, and there is very clearly a series of rune work present on his armor that you'd be familiar enough with the common nature of this enchantment, it being a glamour enchantment. Therein giving it the ability to change on a whim to basically whatever other attire this orc would prefer at a moment's notice.
Vinestra said, "My oh my, such pomp. Vi would not pay the guardsman any mind as she took a seat relaxing in said chair. She asked me at least to help."
Understood. The same question still applies to you. What is the nature of your appearance in her presence?
26 total.
26. So
what is he meaning
displaced.
by appearance?
Basically, he's asking how you got there. And generally from where.
Where'd you come from? Where are you going? Where'd you come from, Cotton Eye Joe?
Accidental arrival from where? Again, no immediate record of you in the material plane. So, where are you from?
Was that at me?
Yes.
From Ormer.
Ormer. He flicks a switch, and tracing along the sort of rug underneath the desk and seats outlines a circle of truth. If you intend to resist this spell, go ahead and roll I believe it's a wisdom saving throw for it. Otherwise, if you are plainly fine with being truthful through magical intent, you can choose to fail.
Alright, Vinestra, if you want to roll, just add a 7. I have 28. My wisdom save.
Vinestra said. Amira would chime in, grinning mischievously. We're from Viria. A very well-known place. You'd have to be quite bad at knowing things to not know it.
I'm actually going to roll a history check for this guard captain. Viria.
Amira is referencing their world's home city.
Right. He pulls out a scroll and briefly peels over it. You can even notice as he begins to sort of unfold the top, you notice it plainly says, in Orcish, for those familiar with the language, a catalog of major habitable cities in habitable plains. He skims over the works. Likely not within this sphere of existence. Are you suggesting you are from another material world?
I'm suggesting she's a material girl.
Vinestra said, suggesting, not at all.
Roll a persuasion or deception check, of course. Need not say which
Stating, yes.
Of course. And persuasion or deception need not state which one, of course. Given that you also succeeded against the Circle of Truth.
No, I mean she's correcting him. She's not suggesting anything. She's stating it as fact.
Right. Even still, of course, with this mention of where you are from, this now allows the persuasion or deception check just generally for that introductory statement.
Nat 20 plus 9.
All right. An extraplanar half-dragon and an extra-worldly dragon. Are your intentions hostile to the company of Zavorcizor and my lord, Miss Mochizuki therein? This question, of course, applies to both of you.
Only if they're hostile towards me.
So initial intentions are no.
Vinestra said, not at all. Unless she decides to start murdering innocents like a tyrant, I have no ill intentions towards her. Amira would chime in. Does hostile intentions include in the bedroom?
Do you intend to become a concubine of Tsubasa Mochizuki? Directing that toward you, Vinestra, specifically in response to that question.
No, but supplying someone with implements.
Supplying A saleswoman.
Correct. Her husband does enjoy purchasing quite the assortment of hostile tools from me. Amira was grinning, trying not to laugh.
As is the nature of this discussion, may I have the name of your business or associated LLC so that I may appropriately plummet for a background check?
What did we name it? And Megan, you okay?
I'm listening to some music that's calming me down after my throat was hurting.
Okay, so
Zoning
are you
out.
okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, you're just vibing?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm listening to 8D music. It's helping my ADHD a little bit.
Alright, you were also asked a question of what? We have the filters up. What was the sex toy business named? You're muted.
I do not remember it. V and Amira would.
Do you recall?
I don't know what it's called. It's up to her what it's called.
Alright. We can supply a name here, and we can call it a temporary retcon until you either find the old name, or if you don't, then it's the new name.
I mean, it could be Tickle Me Elmo for all I know.
Fuck no.
It could be a Tickle Me Torbeck for all I know. Just saying.
Torbeck wants to get tickled lower.
Torbeck wants you to tickle his inner thigh.
See, now I'm just remembering the Stop Touching Me Elmo joke from South Park.
Oh.
It was so fucked. By the way, the baseline humor of that joke, disgusting. But funny, but disgusting. I will say, however, anything Elmo related for the business name, off limits. Even Red Little Monster.
Mr. Noodle.
This whole time, Zanin is sitting, leaning back in the chair with a devilish grin.
Yeah. Alright, for the sake of simplicity and being able to get through this within a timely manner, we'll say that you supply him the name, whatever name you happen to either come up with or recover in that time. Have our Master of Trades look into that. No. Do either of you trade in illicit substances?
What do you consider illicit?
Go down the list of any blatantly obvious poison.
Vinestra said, are aphrodisiacs illicit?
No, not unless they are lethal in high doses.
I mean, isn't
Sorry, lethal in low
chocolate and
doses.
strawberries aphrodisiacs? I'd hardly call those poison.
Unless you're allergic. Okay, but either way.
No.
And let me pour over my notes real
Well,
quick.
I mean, what's poisonous to one creature is another's AP Rhodesiask, so.
AP Rhodesiask.
Aphrodisiac, is that a new variety of aphrodisiac? No. All right, let me double check some notes here.
Such as driders and coffee.
Yeah, driders are fine.
So what you're saying is Driders would have a field day in Capulus Medicus.
Yeah, probably.
They'd be drunk as fuck.
Bruh.
You'd have an invasive species on your hands.
Do either of you have any known or indirect association with Realtar and Justine?
Who?
The rune work for the Circle of Truth begins to glow intensely. Both of you roll me a new wisdom saving throw.
Who?
Persuasion or deception?
See who?
Realtar Justine would have been, I think, someone that Angel would have briefly mentioned in passing, if not directly to both of you, as the previous owner of the Devil's Heel sort of association, even before Urkbach and thereby before Angel herself. He was a known slaver, torturer, and a number of other things. Especially in regards to the Devil's Heel, while it is now largely a brothel business, it was more so just straight up human trafficking when he was running it.
It is no longer.
Oh, sorry. Were you rolling wisdom saves?
Wisdom saves for the second, for the intensified instance of the Circle of Truth.
My bad.
And then after that, should you succeed, persuasion or deception. If you fail, it's not necessary to make those second rolls.
That's
Vinestra said, Vi would give the orc a rather infuriated glare at the suggestion she associated with such.
It's my job. I ask these questions on routine. I don't intend to offend.
19 wisdom save.
19 wisdom save fails. However, you don't need to make the persuasion or deception check as it automatically detects that, yeah, you're not lying. Again, I am required to ask these questions. Do either of you have any direct
Vi
or
wouldn't
indirect...
resist it either. No.
Do either of you have any direct or indirect ties to the Spellbreakers? As well as Trenton Howler.
No.
Good.
No.
He looks over his list. Given those big ones, he takes his pen and crosses off about 60 more that come after that. Finally, the intended skill set and manner of aid you intend to provide. Zavor Cazor, Miss Mochizuki, and your current apparent allies.
Metaphorically speaking, a sword and a shield.
Give me an intelligence saving throw, Xana. As you feel an arcane presence try to reach into your mind.
That's a 26.
26. Glances off and glances away. But what surface thoughts are present on your mind at the moment?
Surface thoughts. Say. It would be curiosity and amusement.
Fair enough. And from you, Dragoness, your intended aid, aside from, of course, your business.
Vinestra said, "What you see."
Given the imposing and incredibly tall dragoness that is only barely sitting on this myconid chair like a tiny child's stool, proportionately, he shrugs. Kind of like a fair enough. I think that is just about everything except for... Oh, right. Do either of you have problems being shadowed while in the boundaries of Sharni and most of the Western Underdark? I ask this question purely as a formality.
You saying you have a crush on me?
Most certainly not. You're not my type.
Doesn't seem like it matters one way or the other.
Vinestra said, "Well, seeing as how come you lot will do it anyway. At least assign someone who's attractive."
Is that a jab at him?
Zero jab.
Fair enough. We'll see what we can do. Now then, if you intend to be allies and associated therein with Miss Mochizuki and Zavorcizor in kind, in the event that you should be pulled aside, potentially for profitable assignment, or we should arrive in proposal of aid, should it become that dire, is there a name that we might put in documentation for yourselves and your immediate compatriots? He says, looking at your shoulder at Amira and looking to your side with Ravik. This documentation was supplied secondhand by a Silaben Kako as an association document.
Vinestra said, "Vinestra. Amira." The two stated their names, not giving a last name.
Is there a surname to pair with that?
Yes, but that is not going to be given. Names have power.
I am not Fae. I would have no power to exert over you with those names.
Xanon would tapping his chin for a minute. Xanon and Ravik. That's fine.
Xanon, Ravik, and Venestra. He writes very clearly in a sort of written as it sounds in Orcish. If you would please write under my entry in your local tongue your names. Consider it a signature on official paperwork.
Vinestra said, our local tongue, Vi, would sign her name using her world's alphabet.
Xanon would sign it in a mixture of Elven and Draconic.
Additional optional permissions involved. Would you be open to submitting your signatures to the Eastern Githoven Center for Linguistic Studies? It's entirely optional, and yet again, just a formality of a question. I won't submit this without express consent.
What is that for?
Githoven is this world's foremost scientific countryside. Study of linguistics, particularly for those of foreign dialect or foreign world, are something that they find good use for. Particularly, for example, in your case, as he gestures toward you, Venestra, should another from your world show up and start writing in this manner.
Vinestra said, sure, it would be useful to know if anyone else has ended up here.
Understood. In which case, at least from my side, we are done here. Others from my ranking may visit you in the future, should anything need to be clarified or cleared up. And now finally, with this completed, I will politely offer you my name as well. In at least minimal effort to avoid any bad blood. I am Radagog Shadrazil, Honor Guard of the Whisper. You may encounter me again. You may not. With good reason in mind, let's hope you don't. I'll have a couple of my guardsmen escort you back to the keep.
Can you spell that, Joe?
Sure thing. Which also, above board, Honor Guard of the Whisper. Angel, you would know about this man. He was a, he ascended to that rank after about last year, and he ascended quickly from apparently from an aspirant within about the last year or so. Apparently passed with flying colors with a number of decorated examples for espionage, intimidation, and, what's the word I'm looking for? There's a word for being able to break into governmental structure unnoticed that is slipping my mind.
Infiltration?
Yes, that. Why was that slipping my mind? Infiltration was another one of his marks. I'm going to post his name in general. Radagog. Shadrazir. Which, as far as his build and everything, he does not look like the espionage type. He looks like he's the guy on the front lines in the battlefield that would be tearing through a bunch of foot soldiers because they can't put enough arrows in him for him to stumble. He looks like a big-ass brawler type. He does not look stealthy at all, and yet that's in his title. Right. Off with you. I need to regather my tent, consolidate this report for my warlord, and make my way back to Sharni. It's quite cold up here. He mumbles something before waving his hand to send the rest of you off.
Vinestra said, very well, see you around, Raddy Tilda.
Ratty.
Narrows his eyes at you, and as he does, his eyes darken to full black before returning to full color. Yes. See you around. All right. And easily enough, you guys are escorted back to the two conjoined buildings at this point, and are able to make your way back to essentially the breakfast table at the moment, which breakfast is coming very quickly to a close. It is closer to like late 9 o'clock, but there would have been room for people to talk and discuss in the moment.
It's really weird seeing, like, because her arm's a little bit in the background, it's all fuzzy, and she just looks like she's staring at a fuzzy thing.
Yeah, from my end, most of what she's saying is getting like heavily delayed by the lag. So it's
Did
just
she
she's in
get
slow
you in
motion
person?
right now.
I look like I'm dying, but that's just mascara. I look like I'm dying of sleep deprivation. No, it's just mascara. Speaking of which, there's 2 like black dots. Get up. Go away. There we go.
Out of curiosity, is anything nefarious going on?
With Rodagard?
In my life. It's like in America.
With others.
With others. Give me a general... I'd say general perception check as you're making your way back.
That I'm not cleaning the trash.
Hello?
Perception.
Yeah.
Did you want to watch this? Hold on, I gotta check her.
By all means.
$26.
26. Especially this close to these 2 major sort of noble structure houses. The amount of guard presence and the presence of this many diplomatic figures all in one area. It seems anything at least immediately suspicious and immediately out of pocket is absent, at least for the moment. However, you do notice at least there is a presence, as you're making your way back into Mochizuki Keep, of some of the sort of present guardsmen and general guard getting a little huddled together and discussing some things it seems a little closely. Hushed whispers and everything, of course, at this distance, but it seems like they are very keen on keeping whatever discussion they are having very private.
Vinestra said, noted.
Absolutely. All right, and then you guys, of course, make your way back to essentially the joint dining room. After your questioning is up. Speaking of which, as they make their way back, Angel, what are you currently discussing in the moment while they were
I'm
indisposed?
currently in training.
Right.
I'm outside in the training hall.
Outside in the training hall. Okay. Which this is the internal training hall that's attached to Mochizuki Manor specifically, right? For when it gets moved, right? Okay. Yeah. So you've already been doing, at this point, 20, 30 minutes of a decent bit of sparring with Nick, sparring with Lucian especially, which... Lucian as a sparring partner and joining with you and Nick has been a fascinating sort of wrinkle in that dynamic. I mean, of course, there's the natural fighting tactics that you and Nick have to do, and you are very kind of quickly starting to pick up on sort of the inherent sort of martial arts that seems present with heavenly beings. It's a very sort of heavy-handed, sort of overpowering strikes, kind of a presence of my version of holier than thou is meant to crush bones. It is that kind of vibe with every swing. Though notably, especially with Lucian, given his attachment to Alara and the sort of,
No.
subtle... Sorry.
No.
Henniger, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mixed bag. Okay. His attachment to Henniger, his tactics are they have an intense brutality kind of naturally attached to them. Being attached to a god of murder, it seems like that's very much tied into it. Seems to be actively restraining himself from aiming toward both you and Nick with killing blows. So limiting the normal capacity that he would usually utilize in a fight.
He's trained with the other one of the other kids. He doesn't hold back, does he? Especially Kismet.
Depends on the kid.
He doesn't have to hold back with Kismet, does he?
Right. But of course he is, of course, notably holding back here. It's like it's like the grizzled dad who was a trained boxer and then challenges his kid who's been in the fucking Marines for the last 6 years to a punching match. You notice how the military kid is like actively trying to restrain his full capabilities.
Going to keep going at all she's got, considering it's a lot of work, considering they're training for war.
And I'm going to roll really quick to see kind of when this interruption okay. A blunted training arrow whizzes its way into the training courtyard. Does a 24 hit you, Angel?
Yes.
All right. This blunted sort of cork arrow strikes and knocks right into your head, not dealing any intended lethal damage, so you don't need to count it toward your HP. But it is heavy enough and with enough intention and force that it almost knocks you on your ass. This is not one of Nick's arrows. This is not one of your kids. And you notice, particularly in the fletching on this arrow, it is a patterned pale purple with intense blue and flitted marks on the edges of the featherwork of crimson red. This is symbolic, especially amongst hobgoblin clans, of a challenge. These can come in the form of blunted arrows. This color scheme can be painted on wooden daggers, clubs, all manner of bludgeoning objects.
See where this arrow came from?
Give me a perception check.
19 plus 6. Right now, considering I've got my cat spit on something else. A 26. It's a 25, Joe.
25. Okay. You notice the heavy and large ears and stubble-covered face of a sort of dark red-skinned hobgoblin looking to be somewhat of a much younger adult and kind of that sort of haughty for your britches kind of age, with a look of disgust on his face as the drawstring on his bow continues to rattle even just from that arrow that was fired. As he turns and walks calmly away from this arena.
Hey, old monster.
Old monster does not apply to a creature that classifies as humanoid, so as you cast it out...
I know, that was the reaction.
As you cast it out, the spell fails, at least confirming that it's not someone simply disguised as a hobgoblin. Or something.
I'm gonna take my dagger and I'm gonna toss it at him right next to his head.
The dagger whizzes by, cuts into his hood, and slices some of that sideburn, before embedding itself into the stonework next to him. He looks back with these piercing, almost lion-like golden brown eyes. Continues to walk away.
Goblin Tactus walking away, would it mean that he wins if he walks away completely?
No, it's not a... in this case, it's not retreating from a battle. In a challenge and in walking away calmly like this, it can mean... actually give me a history check.
19 plus 10.
19 plus
29.
10. 29, okay. Yeah, you know this lesson from Merkbach. In walking away calmly like this after issuing a challenge, it unlike most, symbolism with walking away from an encounter with Hobgoblin, where usually it means cowardice. This means I am leaving space, I am leaving room for the meaning and purpose of this challenge to breathe, and it also means, usually very directly, that the challenge is not meant to happen precisely where you are. It is not meant to happen on your ground. The other thing it typically means, usually with that, is while the challenge weapon was issued by this individual, that individual may not themselves strictly be the challenger. Kind of a messenger of sorts.
Follow him very slowly and deliberately, and as soon as you get out of the castle, the weight that your body is starting to get, she is going to, with that weight on her body, she's going to literally start to move out of the castle. A hidden weight that her and Nicodemus have been trying to keep hidden for a while.
Mm-hmm. Let's see here. Excuse me. As he's walking toward one of the... Excuse me. One of the few sort of patches of area in this, long stretch of ice and snow that seems to have at least some tree covering. Walks further past that toward an encampment, it seems, that's been laid out by, very clearly noted on the symbology on the tents and the leathers, members of the Whisper, though a subsect of them. Excuse me. Though a subsect of them that at least in Hobgoblin translates to the ears of the day. And he walks off into that tent. There is...
Yeah, keep walking.
Keep walking toward the area.
I have a question. How heavy is she without the ability to hide that weight?
Particularly heavy, and as you continue to walk, your eyes zeroed in and focused on the tent structures and the sort of bright blues and greens on the leatherwork. That weight especially becomes apparent as you hear the sound of cracking, very thick ice under your feet. A disruption not really hinting at a close shattering of that icework, but enough that it's being somewhat disrupted.
I have a question. All of them hearing that, do they start to look?
Among the various sort of smaller sentries with this encampment, which again, being separated from the castle which they arrived in this way is again very clear additional symbolism of intent for that challenge. And you do notice a number of eyes begin to look your direction. Some of them, much younger, clear, kind of, and I would say very blatant shame in their eyes of like, we're only part of this because we're part of this subsect. And then there's others that have very clearly have that look of distaste in their eyes, as if they agreed with the nature of this challenge. Though that group seems to be of a much older ilk. And it's not just, hobgoblins here. There's hobgoblins, there's bugbears, there's goblins. All of them seem to have this sort of deep, almost crimson red-skinned coloration on them, which for this many goblinoids to be sharing that kind of skin tone, usually it's indicative of a sort of family clan detachment with this sort of goblinoid grouping.
To let anybody who follows her follow her. Considering now Venestra was watching, she probably ended up following. Nicodemus does not catch on to things, and Lucian would probably catch on pretty quickly.
Vinestra said, "Yep, Vi would follow along."
That is pretty blatant. With, Angel, how kind of mainly focused on the tents and the faces are you?
I am very focused.
Very focused, okay. What's your passive perception?
When I'm in danger, it's 18.
18. Okay. I wouldn't consider this a sort of strictly dangerous encounter. So...
Do you want Vi's?
Sure. I would say, at least with that passive, one thing that you would notice sort of blatantly, Angel, is at least as you're sort of stepping out into the center of this encampment toward those tents, likely this set of ice that you've stepped onto, probably some larger lake structure, especially as a lot of the snow begins to give way to just like very intense and very vibrant blue ice.
Erica would love this. He says it out loud, and you'd find this hilarious.
26.
26.
Would Piper have made it back by now?
Probably right then.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
When she's walking out. Piper.
And stepping out of the tree with your fucking observant feet and shit, yeah, you would know Angel kind of walking off to the side toward an encampment, which in and of itself, I mean, it's linked to a few scattered trees, largely kind of up on a cliffed hill face, sort of a descended elevation, kind of in this icework. And actually, given you'd be the least kind of focused on the what the fuck level of this that Angel is, I'll allow you actually to give me a history check. Real quick.
18 plus 5?
18 plus 5. That landscape has
History, you said?
Yeah. All right, so 18 plus 5. So 23. Yeah, that landscape has been altered. Parts of that rock and icework have been dug out. They've been dug out in the last couple of days, likely in line with the arrival of, Mochizuki Keep. And they've been dug out thoroughly and aggressively. You can notice that those sort of cliffs and alcoves are not really cliffs, but refrozen, disrupted ice and permafrost. But in particular, the level of blue here and the presence of old sticks and things like that means this is sort of a dug-out, larger lake structure. And given the few sort of fighting arenas that you've been exposed to in the Feywild, it gives off the vibe of like a rough and tumble larger, almost coliseum in a way. And
Harper's gonna look at back.
Go ahead,
This
this
Carrie,
is
go ahead.
also in line with that history check and in line now with perception from Violet. As you're kind of falling after Angel and...
Vanestra.
Sorry, it's Vanestra. The V names are going to fuck me up. I apologize. Vanestra noticing the blue ice and seeing the landscape as it is. And the blue ice that you step out onto, you notice that a lot of, especially the snow, has been continuously made to be brushed away. You look down through the ice, which is reasonably transparent at this point of morning. And, you know, it might be better if I offer a visual aid.
Okay.
You notice this beneath the ice.
Oh.
Would I know what race it is just by seeing the ice?
Piper's gonna look at Piccolo. Love, I need you to take this. I got to go.
Right, sure, cool.
Would I know what race?
I'd
By looking at
say,
it?
given now that you're almost past it, taking notice of it, give me a history or arcana check to I would say, to gauge an accurate coloration through that much blue ice.
18 plus nature check. You
Yes.
said?
Yeah.
Nature plus 12 to 18, 32, 30, 30, 40? 30, no, 30.
30. Okay, 30. Well beyond, absolutely well beyond what would have been needed to succeed here. First of all, I'd say with that, given its fucking size, you gather, obviously an ancient, probably likely a very fucking old ancient. But even gauging through the ice, there is a blatant lack of a metallic sheen. Being here over this ice in particular, levels and degrees and magnitudes colder than the rest of the frozen landscape around you. And there's an almost especially, I mean, it intermingled with your present anger and frustration subtly at first, but now you're kind of gleaning this almost primal anger
I'm
in
hungry,
being near it.
right?
Primal anger and hunger and cold, and yet with all of that, sort of a primal and malicious intelligence. And then there's just the sheer level of almost unnaturally pallid nature of the bones that you can see beneath the ice. A white dragon, an ancient white dragon, long dead beneath the ice. And actually, this size, likely a white dragon in its twilight stages, which of course, as you learned in years past in a few visits to Ormur, chromatic dragons, when they die in their twilight stage, fundamentally alter an environment in disastrous measure.
Removed, it would be fine.
No. It's just a change to the weather. That remains.
So that's why it's why we're walking in a severely winter
So
wonderland.
cold, yeah.
Yeah, because while Noroth is cold and frosty, and usually, I mean, generally at this level of hemisphere, there's at least a stronger presence of foliage and fauna present in that environment. And there, by all means and right, should be, even here, for the frozen bit of landscape that this is. And trees are far and few between.
He walks to the tent. And she is going to say in Mochizuki cipher because nobody knows it can be spoken.
What?
She's going to speak Mochizuki cipher for the first time because nobody knows it can be spoken.
Let me go ahead and actually change the music because we're still set to forest for the brief bit that we're in the Feywild, which is not suitable for this backdrop.
No, it's a little cold for that.
She's going to look at the message the sect of the Whisper, and she's going to say them in Mochizuki cipher, either you get out of here or you get totaled too.
A feminine hobgoblin in this tent looks at you with daggers measure in her eyes, crimson just like the rest here. She stands, and as she stands, her height just seems to steadily be getting more. 5, 6, 7, 7.5, 8 feet tall. The wrinkled and white-colored tone to her hair suggests she is of a greater level of age, and yet the physique and the muscle in her build suggests that, yes, she is of that age, but she might as well be Arnold Schwarzenegger. As she has not forgotten, nor has she dismissed her training, likely even for a day since she began it in a much younger time. Angel, I need you to roll me a history check with advantage on seeing this woman's face.
19 plus and 21.
Is Piper finally catching up? Because she literally was like, ah, Angel!
Yeah.
Oh.
Angel's not going to say a single word. Angel's full focus.
19
There's
plus
no
what?
weakness in Angel's form. 19 plus 10. The 29.
29.
I have a very...
That rage, in and of itself, almost turns as cold as this encampment in your blood. In this face, feminine as it is, there are so many traits that match up so strongly to a man that you removed the most private pieces of and ensured was dead. Miss Mochizuki, is it? Us and the Whisperers of the Day issue a formal challenge to the successor of my former daughter-in-law. And the murderer of my dear son, Realtor. This extends out to yourself and your allies who dare gut people at your command and your whim. They are challenged as well.
I handle my own battles.
The challenge is issued to you and them. Dishonor this challenge and mark it as a civil war.
What do you know at this point? There's a full dragon roar. She needs to roll a saving throw.
Wisdom save.
As the
Wisdom
roar
save.
rattles out, a necklace glows through her shirt with the original
Fuck, I hate those
insignia
things.
of the Devil's Heel as it burns through part of it. And she simply smiles and shrugs. So little you are that you think you could make me afraid. A challenge has been issued.
I'm not
A death
little.
match has been called for weak leadership. For
At this point,
cavorting with a
I am going
changeling.
to move. DM, I'm going to move so fast. She doesn't have another word to speak before there's a knife halfway around her neck.
As you charge her with a lightning speed that surprises even you,
No.
a dagger screeches against yours as sparks of white tone fly off and away into the edges of the tent. And with a thunderous kick to your chest, does a 33 hit you?
Hold on.
Do I just slide into the tent considering Piper's clumsy and we're on ice? Just wee!
I mean, roll me an acrobatics check.
Hold on.
How much you want to bet? There's a 1 plus it's a 1 plus a 5. There's a 1 plus a 5. That was a 1 plus a 5, Joe.
1 plus a 5? Yeah, so the ice, these goblinoids did an insanely good job smoothing this out.
Hey Joe,
As
I'm going
you
to repeat
slide-
the first thing I said. In Mochizuki cipher, which can be spoken,
Yes.
she is going to speak to the older behind them, the ones with the ears, and say either leave or you will be cut down with the rest.
Understood. Getting through Amber's natural 1. As you slide ass over tea kettle, can't help but yelp out as Angel, you and actually Venestra both hear
Playing a pod?
yeah.
A bunch of metal things falling?
You hear Piper completely fucking biff it.
Please tell me we just hear the tent start to fall apart and go with her as she keeps sliding down this said hill. Please.
You know what? It was a natural 1. I'm gonna roll a percentile to see just how Benny Hill this shit is.
And do I knock Royard's mom
You're
over
shitting
at
me.
the same time? Do I?
Please take tent. Please,
Yeah, I knock.
I gotta take a picture of this shit.
Feels good.
Does it knock over Royard's mom? Because that would be fucking hilarious.
Hold on, I gotta post this in
And
confirm your roll.
Vanessa's... I'm sorry. I looked at the Venestra text chat.
I'm letting you know, Piper for the first time heard Mochizuki cipher actually being spoken. It has its own language.
So natural 1 on the percentile.
Uh-huh.
Which means this is the worst possible outcome for that natural 1 failure.
Please tell me it takes the whole thing with it. Please tell me
And
it takes the whole
Royard's mom.
All right, real Tar's bomb. Oh my god, that was
So
so
you
funny.
get
real
knocked
time,
ass
huh?
over tea kettle as the impact almost forces you to slide into your winter form. You continue to spin, sputter, and almost bounce off of the ice before you slam straight into the support structure of this tent, snapping it like you're snapping a tree on impact, which does unfortunately deal, let's see here, 6 bludgeoning damage.
I like how I switched back to my previous race to turn into an Icelandra.
Well, it's the winter variant of your destruction
We're
shit.
Blizzard. We're Blizzard.
Yeah. So like a cold, blizzardy tumbleweed from hell,
Now you're ice cream. Now you're ice cream and you can be turned upside down.
you smash into this pole, admittedly feeling a rib crack on impact. As you then tear through a layer of the leather, take it with you, wrap it around your body, managing to, in the process, as pythons are ripped from the ice, and
Please tell me we kill half the people in there, because that'd be so perfect. Because she takes it with her and kills like a quarter of those people.
unfortunately,
so
it is
destructive.
just slipping on the ice, so killing won't necessarily happen here.
Damn it. Well, I'm talking about like how like if it comes off the pylons,
The
the supports will
are gonna-
impact at the center.
17 of the internal guardsmen in that tent get wrapped up in the tent leather with you and get basically knocked over themselves, further knocking over tables and chairs. And there is a smear of blood, largely goblinoid blood, behind you as you finally come to a stop, just slamming into the cliff face. And you watch, among the many bodies that come to a stop, a few feet from you, there is a goblin that is having the worst fucking time as he is bouncing off of even the smallest, slightly uneven surface, just...
Vinistra said,
almost cartoonishly,
so what happened to Angel who got intercepted?
cracks into the ice right above you and falls down, leaving his teeth behind in a bloody smear on that ice wall, and collapses to the ground, unconscious and in unfortunate need of dentures. It's kind of hard to tell whether it's blood or spit, though, as the crimson on his skin perfectly matches the crimson leaving his mouth.
So, by the way, DM, I'm gonna Misty Step behind her and have the net be, because I didn't have Misty Step when I was with Realtar. It's a Misty Step where I'm on the back of her shoulders with a knife straight against her pulse line.
Yep, hold on. So now that I'm done with that description, we'll get
There
to
you go.
Vinestra, your question, and then we'll get back to that.
That's what she was asking. What happened to me?
Oh, okay. So,
What happened to her when the
But you
tent
didn't-
thing
you
happened? Because
didn't-
y'all were in the tent.
No, we weren't in the tent. I was outside the tent. I was talking to those people on the outskirts. So you went straight through it. You like took 2 doubling steps and fell, and then rammed into that.
So don't run on ice.
which to be clear, just for the sake of transparency here, would be that tent on the far left there, which means along your completely biffing it, you slid and threaded the needle between that fence line before you took out that fucking post.
I got it! I got it! Smack!
I don't get it.
I don't got it.
Oh my god. I don't mind. She's right here.
But again, as you reel in behind her and she again, I
Misty stepped to her.
Yeah.
I'm on her shoulder at this point with my knife straight against her.
Roll me an acrobatics check real quick to try and get up on her shoulders properly.
I took the one for you. I
get
took the one.
Misty step puts you in where you want.
Yes, in a standing position. However, if you were going to try and basically sit on her shoulders to try and
Stand
threaten
on
her
her
again with the
shoulder?
knife, it is a
With
complicated
a 19, it's
maneuver.
a 19 for my acrobatics, which is plus that's a 12 for my acrobatics.
I took
31.
one for the team. I took the one for the team.
Thank you for making the one because I didn't need the one, but I know I'm gonna roll a one when it comes to contractions next round.
Yeah. 40.
I'm gonna
As
make her
you-
roll it again.
Cocked. Cocked.
I only got one ability.
47.
I mean, you got a lot of abilities.
I'm gonna
but
make her roll it again.
luck. Lucky Lou.
46.
So am I just wrapped up in a
Get
tent?
one auto fail. I keep things in my pockets for a reason, Joe.
Okay.
I'm only gonna use it this once. I only get one on a fail. One.
Mark it off.
Okay.
I have one. I refuse to use it.
So, as you land
Unless it's
upon
going
her
to
shoulder,
be
she twists about, a level of acrobatics that surprises and impresses even the well-practiced dancer that you are. As you are barely able to hold your footing, you cast out to the arcane one divine promise that was granted to you and manage to stay mounted as you press your knife against her neck.
So am I just in a tent, burrito?
At the
And I'm
moment.
gonna breathe. I'm gonna breathe steam against her nose. You come into my house, into my space, and you challenge me.
That is the point.
I'm far more dangerous than I was before.
Good. That means you're actually a challenge.
And she's going to take it against her ear and breathe straight, dragon breath straight into her eardrum.
Which kind?
I'm gonna breathe poison breath straight into her eardrum. I hope you enjoy the poison that you gave me.
You watch as that necklace yet again lights up, as the poison calcifies and flakes off like green dandruff.
Ew. Also, ew, ew.
You and your company have been challenged in official capacity. Violate
She
these
sticks
laws.
her hand straight into her mouth and then uses. I'm gonna use daggers. I'm gonna stick my fan straight all the way up her mouth, and then I'm gonna use a dagger spell.
Cloud of daggers?
Cloud of daggers?
Yeah, or cloud of dagger, yes.
Are you sure you want to do this?
Oh,
Vinestra said,
better.
careful,
better.
it's an AoE.
Better. I'm going to take the eyeball from the beholder that I haven't used. I'm going to stuff it in her mouth, and I'm going to use the beam
Ew.
that goes straight through it to go straight out of her head.
Again,
Because
are
it's
you sure?
anti-magic. Do I want her to die? Am I sure? Do I want her to die?
I don't think that's what he's meaning.
It's anti-magic, Joe.
Come here.
Realtar was one of these people, Joe.
Yes, I know. Which again, were never meant to be part of the Whisper faction.
Give me one reason to not kill you right now.
Well, no, you said you were going to press the eyeball up there, and I asked, are you sure? I was not giving a yes or no.
I know, I'm trying to think if I want to do it or not.
Okay.
I have disintegrate. I could kill her. It'd be over in a minute. I want to have fun.
I know.
I like toying with my food. Go ahead.
Vinestra said, you do assume she's not a high level 2.
Yeah, but disintegrate straight in your mouth.
I was wondering, is Piper just wrapped up like a tent burrito?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to bounce my way over like I'm in a fucking cartoon.
I won't make you roll.
Just,
for
you know,
that.
I'm-
It's great.
Acrobatics? don't matter. It's a 5 plus a 5.
Hey,
10.
Piper, I have one of those big syringes, right?
Yes, you asked me for one.
I am going to take the syringe with the holy stuff in it. I am going to stab it straight into her neck and push the entire syringe through her body.
Roll to hit.
What does the 10 do? Do I at least somewhat do the Looney Tunes? Boing, boing, boing.
Natural 20.
Kind of a fumbling when you fall over and have to pick yourself up, and fall over and have to pick yourself up.
Okay, I'm gonna worm. Just gonna tent worm.
Natural 20 is
Inch
not a
worm.
hit.
Hope you enjoy the spellbreaker. Spellbreak.
Okay, and you are injecting her with what?
All of it.
All
All
of-
of the. I have that concentration of that holy stuff. I'm gonna put it all the way through her body.
Okay, remind me what that shit do? It's just getting her to
It's
spit out
going to
corruption,
make
right?
her. Yeah.
It's It's a big one. Wasn't it for like
Must be for Tavinius in the tree.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna have to make more later. Let me
No,
just
it's fine.
inchworm across
I
the
already sent somebody to go do that.
I'm just gonna inchworm across the ice after a few times of falling.
Alrighty. As Venestra, you also witness this comic display.
I love that comic display.
Vinestra said. Vay would walk over to Piper to help untangle her and help her up.
Thank you. I don't well with ice. I'm good with snow.
And I'm
good
sorry,
with
my
lava.
brain immediately goes to the Dragon Ball pickup sound when you pick up Piper. Just.
I can't walk on ice. Save my life. Obviously, although apparently I could destroy some lives with my inability to walk on ice.
Okay.
Okay, so what is the corruption stuff?
So that injection basically just removes cursed material from someone. That's essentially what it does.
Yeah, I know. That's the point. She's gonna get sick. Everybody else got sick. And she's one of these leaders.
Typically most corrupted and cursed material that you've been exposed to has been some variation of purple or black or blue, darker toned demon-leaning colors. And in some cases, just various organic materials with, golemic runes, as those are very blatantly considered cursed material, given what this is doing to it. In this case, nothing comes out of her.
So you let them get their hands dirty, huh?
Does a natural 20 hit you?
A natural 20?
I mean, it's kind of the obvious yes question, but still.
I am gonna hold on for dear life with Dragon Claw. She hits me. I'm not letting go, Joe.
Okay.
It's too short.
She's making a shove attack. Which, let me double check my DM's
And
guide
Dragon
here.
Claw is a reaction.
Yep, let me just double check. Shove.
Grappled. With my legs around her neck, she's grappled. She has to make a strength saving throw.
We didn't do a grapple check, you just rolled to land. Now, let's see here. Shove.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll take it.
So it counts as a type of grapple check, so we're going to go ahead and it's going to be her athletics versus your acrobatics.
Oh. My dice are mad.
Yeah. This will, in this case, because it's shove attack, be using her previous natural 20.
I also have a natural 20.
Okay. In which case, this is going to be getting into modifiers. What does that make your total for your acrobatics?
For my acrobatics, we said a 32.
Okay.
Wait. If we add 2, we add because we've got upper levels. So it'd be. You said it'd be 35.
Okay. With grapple, or in this case, escape grapple, it is meet or beat. And you meet. As she shoves you away, you barely, with that dragon claw, manage to keep grip. Your challenge has been issued to you and your kin. And you are trying to kill me.
Isn't that what the challenge is?
If I can't take the challenge, then I shouldn't have become a warlord in the first place.
If you do this,
And
then you confirm that.
I'm more dangerous than you have ever imagined. And people that will come back for me will dance on
You watch as that crimson hobgoblin skin suddenly gilds itself with red scales, as I need you to make a dexterity saving throw while her mouth fills with fire.
I am immune to fire. Go ahead.
All right. As it races across your skin, you notice those lion-like eyes that are common amongst this entire clan of people. All of them around start to back away a little bit from her as you notice her eyes turn crimson and slitted.
I'm gonna crawl through the fire breath into her mouth. I've done this before. I'll do it again.
Not a full-size dragon, so at your size, you kind of get your head partway into her mouth and it's just kind of, ha.
How do you like a cough drop? This is a nice cough drop, isn't it? And she runs her hair around like this. Isn't it great?
You don't have that much mobility, so it's less that, more like there's not. It's normal humanoid mouth shove. You are a grapefruit in her mouth.
Yeah.
Oh, that's gotta hurt.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh. Ow.
Okay, well, we're gonna consider this you sort of willingly grappling yourself in her fucking mouth.
She's softy on the inside, right? She's softer on the inside, right?
I mean,
I'm going to pause you on that display as you shove your head in her mouth. Vanestra, Piper, what are you doing as you see this blatantly? The seconds that this unfolds, it happening in slow motion as Angel just...
Am I near? Or how close would I be by now?
Yeah, you're right by the You're within like 15 feet.
Vinestra said, Angel, you've been challenged. You wish to be a warlord, respect the customs.
I am respecting the customs. She doesn't come from this realm either, so she can't make a challenge. Take it!
Except she is wearing official ranked uniform under the Whisper
It's my
faction.
uniform. It's my uniform.
And a challenge can still be issued by those in your own ranks.
But she's issuing a check. I'm just gonna sit with my head in her mouth, see if she can get me out of there. I'm just gonna keep holding on.
There's your challenge. There's your challenge. Get my head out of your mouth before you die.
That's like your son did. Swallow me. Go ahead. Do it.
Do it. I dare you.
Do it. I dare No balls.
Piper's just like, this is funny.
Breathing. So you can hear Angel basically challenging underneath inside of her mouth.
Since you are
Go ahead.
inside of her mouth and trying to stay there, roll me a strength saving throw.
Yes. Please don't fuck me. Please don't fuck me. Be nice.
Piper's going to reach forward and poke Realtar's mom on the butt with the finger of chaos.
Is
Roll
a natural
me
20 keep me inside of her mouth?
2d10,000. Natural 20.
Does a natural 20 keep your mouth?
Modified what?
It's still a 32 right now.
It's a saving throw, Megan.
I get
Saving
that.
throws don't get crits.
Okay, well, if it's a strength, it's a plus 14 to my strength, so be a 34.
Okay, 34. All right.
Go ahead, lady. Try. Try for all your might.
Hold on, where can I roll? I have to pull up Roll20 for the first time in like fucking forever. Hold on.
There's also a rolling bot in the Discord.
Can I grab her? As a DM, because she's trying to pull me out, can I grab the side of her ears? Like if she pulls me out, she's gonna have to pull her ears off at the same moment.
Vinestra said, there's also Google search roll 1d20.
Oh, I needed 10,000. How many do I need to do? And how do I use the bot?
2d10,000.
2d10.
So
Okay,
for the bot, it is, let's see. Gotta go back to general. Gotta go back. Whoop.
Gotta go back to
I'm also
general.
gonna let you know that it's that she's at like as y'all are watching this, basically she's saying, "Go ahead and swallow me like your son did. He at least had balls enough to do it." Oh!
Exclamation point, roll, whatever number.
Okay. I'm gonna do one and then the other. Roll 1d10. Nope, not asterisk. 10,000.
You can also press the up key to re-enter the text and then press enter.
That did not work. Okay. I'll
Supposed to.
just re-enter it. I don't know. 1d. Nope. 1d10,000. Okay.
I understand, DM, this is unorthodox, but my character is really pissed off at this point.
And I'm like, here's the map. Here's the circumstance for the fight. You're in her mouth before anything's even started. Fuck's sake.
2,834 for the first one and 7,021 for the second one.
Okay, 2834 and 7021.
I could not be arsed to be serious right now.
If the wearer is wearing a magic ring, he's swarmed by vermin. Sorry, if the caster is wearing a magic ring, they are swarmed by vermin. You wearing any magic rings, Piper?
No.
Okay.
Not right now.
No. Ring of Mind Shieldings with Piccolo.
Magic cock rings also count. No, I'm kidding. All right.
I don't have one, though.
Target's clothes are 90% transparent while in mixed company.
Vinestra said, but we're all women.
No, not there's some men in the group. But can they now see the horn that she's wearing or whatever she's wearing on her chest?
As her clothing becomes almost entirely translucent, you notice a metric fuckload of battle scars, and where you had originally carved horror into her chest, it has been spindled and spiraled out and carved into a completely separate scarred-on tattoo of, go ahead and roll me a religion check.
Nat 20 for Amira.
Yeah.
Nat 20 for Amira, and just in case Angel picks up on it as well.
It's a natural 20, DM. There we go. That's what I wanted.
Okay. More so book knowledge for excuse me, for Amira, and then again, cold familiarity for Angel. As you notice the mark of Zerithrian carved into her flesh.
I'm also going to whisper Zerithrian. It's not Zerithrian anymore.
I know. She's going to try and shove you off one more time while you are still trying to remain lodged in her fucking mouth.
Try to whisper, and maybe you can keep your job.
Can I poke her again? Just want to poke.
She's never
her
poked
butt.
twice. She's never poked twice. You've never poked twice.
I never have.
The double poke.
And I
What was
don't
your
like this
roll,
woman.
Megan?
The natural 20. It's a 34.
Okay. Finally. Honestly, with the cork bottle sound.
Okay, then she's pulled her ears off too, Joe.
She throws you from her head. And as you tear off the ears, you watch as the wounds are actively stitching themselves together.
She looks over and she says, if this is a challenge, then you take off all magic items right now.
It is a challenge to you and your allies.
Okay. So, I poked her twice.
So the allies cannot help her. Help me. If you're the
think she's
Whisper,
meaning-
you're not part of the Whisper. I'm part of the Whisper.
5321, the target can only eat food that they themselves have prepared.
And the other one?
Yeah, half of these options that come up on this D10,000 table sound less like consequences of the Finger of Chaos, more like neurodivergent quirks.
I love this.
When the caster next uses magic, their nearest ally falls unconscious.
I choose the food one, DM.
Shits and giggles will roll to see if she's a terrible cook. She's not.
Damn it.
She is decided to be a mother after all.
Okay, so DM, I am literally... Amber, give me a minute. Give me a minute to handle this, please. Just a little bit. Looks over, he goes, they're not part of the Whisper. The Whisper has not been included in the Goblin race yet. Yes, because I am the Warlord.
The challenge
It is
was
my
not issued
issue.
to the Whisper, it was issued to your allies as you were being challenged. Meaning the voices over.
I'm gonna repeat this. Because this is a vendetta for you. So either you face me alone, like you have some balls, because your son sure did, and I still have them in a jar. You could keep your son if you wanted, but you decided to play this game. So we're not playing this game, are we? You could have had your son back, because you decided to play this game. We're gonna play this game. How about that? Either you step in there with no armaments and nothing on your body, or you're not worth your spit. She takes off the necklace and she hands it over to Piper. And she takes her clothes off. If you can't handle the cold, then you shouldn't have come to the snow.
Just letting you know, the cold never bothered her anyway.
You could have had your son back.
Make
but
a
instead, you wanna
persuasion
play this
check.
game.
Which also, due to the Colosseum-like dig-out structure of this encampment, it does have a Colosseum's acoustics.
She said the rest of you, and for the rest of you, she says it's the rest of you, if you can't fight me naked, you're not worth your spit.
So do I need to get naked too? Do we all need to get... Piccolo! So Piccolo, I need you to hold something. Just holding the necklace.
Sure.
No, I'm at least going to do it with you.
That is a natural 20 DM, which puts me at a
lot.
43? 43? 43? Did we say that? 43? 43?
Almost 42.
You could have had your son back. That's so disappointing. Oh. I could have resurrected him for you. Oh.
Pobrecito chiquito.
Which again, due to the sort of this place has an acoustics build, which catches and projects out your voice in your countered challenge. Amongst this dugout encampment, and somewhat outward. As because of who they are allied with as a faction overall anyway, they have to kind of be close to the actual keep and the actual...
I get it. But she's saying it on purpose because if they can't take her naked, they can't take her at all.
Okay.
You bought the Bulgura. They
Yeah, I
literally
know.
brought back some of that Bulgura stuff.
So as a pause, again, this is designed to be a group encounter.
Okay.
If you want to challenge this singularly, you may do that.
I would like to leave the party if this is gonna. This is my backstory.
I know, and if you would like to challenge this singularly, given that, just above the table, I'll make sure everybody's okay with that.
Yeah.
Planning on taking every single one of them all the time, but this one is mine.
Yeah, no. Piper's just more like, I can get naked in solidarity, but I can't do shit without the finger of chaos. So, naked in solidarity for shits and giggles.
Vinestra said, I would like to fight something.
I don't mind if you handle some of the other ones, but let me handle this one.
Let her handle the lady. The goblin.
There are grunts.
The goblinator.
There are side combatants. It's not like just everybody going up against the woman.
So we're gonna try to essentially keep the Goonies off of Angel and Realtar's mom. Is essentially what?
Yeah, the whole plan was.
Yeah. Which, and also, not necessarily above the table, but a little bit of a peek behind the curtain with the character knowledge here. Yes, Angel, someone was bound to challenge you for your position. However, the way that you have laid out your rulership has been consistently, and I mean consistently, ally, 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 benefit, 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 and it went down the list of like the amount of people that will legitimately get pissed at you for this is decreasing rapidly. So it only leaves like a couple of groups left here. And as I rolled it, when I rolled for who bothered, here comes the bitch.
Ding dong, the bitch will be dead.
Again, there was a very real possibility, given the way that you structured the amount of allies you got, that through to the end of the campaign, you would have never gotten challenged.
I know. And this is the point where she looks over at Vinestra, and she's actually going to think to her, this is why we don't break rank. And you're amazing, and I believe in you, but we can't do this in front of them. And she like basically says it mentally, so she's like, in front of these guys.
Now I gotta roll some d20s in the background to see which challengers will go up and essentially act as counters to each of you. It's which, given this setup, present participants are Vinestra, Piper, and Angel. I deliberately designed this arena to be loud enough in case others were farther away. So, is there anybody else who would like to be part of this?
I know that.
Vinestra
Xanan
said,
probably would.
Avery Xanan care to join in?
Y'all want to fight? Avery's like, I'm taking a nap, but he can do it if he wants. You'd have to fight naked, though.
Is this happening right in front of me?
It is
Yeah.
loud enough that you can hear it, and again, apparently now parts of the conditional challenge are no magic, no weapons. This is new.
No, it
okay,
said
sorry.
no magic.
No magic, no
weapons.
magic items.
No magic items.
Oh, okay. No magic items. No magic items, no armor. So basically naked and baseline stuff.
There's no
Based on
weapons
magic.
involved. Yeah, it's all magic. If you can fight with magic, or
So,
fight like a
basically,
barbarian.
they can't do anything.
No, like,
Okay, no. Okay. I'm gonna explain this. The challenge was you have to be naked. No magic items. Considering that's
Baseline
what's basic, that's what's keeping her alive right now. Is the stupid necklace. She has to take it off.
In other words, naked and baseline abilities. If you have magic, you may use magic. It's just not assisted by magical equipment.
and baseline weapons. Which means no Finger of Chaos for me. I have to pull out my club.
I would assume I assume I would hear
Yeah.
conflict.
Yeah.
It's
So I
Coliseum
would-
amphitheater stuff. And
I would
there
be
is a certain
flying
magical
over.
edge to the loudness, as if the corpse of a long dead dragon is adding to the uproarious anger.
I'd be flying over quickly and then land like Iron Man.
You
Vinestra
immediately
said,
feel
and
your
all of this stuff
knees
is magic
start
and magic
to
equipment.
bruise and strain.
Yay, lag.
I'm sorry, but the superhero landing is very unhealthy.
Repeat that for Vinestra.
And all of these stuff is magic and magic equipment. Yay, lag.
Shit.
No, you can use magic, but the problem is she can't use that thing on her neck.
So
No,
Magic
no
is
magic.
usable.
Magic items.
Equipment, specifically. Magic items
Magic.
are off
If
the
you
table.
got a baseline sword,
And
there
also
you
no
go.
assistance from armor other than natural or transformations, as apparently clothing's also off the table.
Vase
fighting
an
naked in the sun.
armorer.
you got
What's
an
going on
actual
here?
sword.
I also just used this attack to her.
Are you alright, ladies?
No.
We have to be naked, no magic weapons / equipment. But regular swords and pointy stabby stabs are fine. And our baseline magic.
Okay, I will reword this for the DM again. Issue challenge to her is no weapons. If you're going to be the leader of this group, considering she was what she wants to be, she's gonna have to prove to me she can do this bare boned.
So
'Cause
it's
nobody
only
should
her
ever
and
be-
Angel need to be naked, not everybody else. Oh, okay.
So no magical equipment and no clothes, just for those two. Everybody else can be the walking, talking
Everybody's-
nukes that they already are.
Oh yeah. You have to prove you're a nuke while you're by yourself, basically.
Essentially, keep the minions from trying to interfere from the
Oh yeah.
naked and afraid ladies.
It's not naked and afraid. It's naked.
That's not naked and afraid.
You're not
It's so
afraid.
naked and angry.
I will check.
Bless you.
Thank you. Also, I can use the Finger of Chaos. Hey, I'm gonna poke so many butts.
Okay, and then let me just go ahead and make sure that
Angel
I
looks-
find her proper.
When do we start?
Hold on,
Whenever
he's
she
fine.
decides to, I'm letting you know she looks over at Xan, and whenever this woman decides to stop being a bitch. Oh wait, she won't ever be because she already had a kid. Oh, I mean, she could have had her son back, but you know, she decided to play this game.
I wish.
So yeah,
this
Vanessa,
little booklet
you're
had a
you're
table of
good.
Contents.
We're just gonna try to keep the minions from deciding I'm going to break the rules.
Come on.
Ben doesn't have to be naked.
I don't have
I
to
would
be,
hope
but
No,
Magic
but-
Mike's his clothes off.
Bro, how are you
Ben!
not freezing? How far does he turtle?
Oh my god.
It's a question for another day.
Right.
Right, hold on.
Can I keep their corpse?
You could keep your clothes on.
Where does
I said, can I keep their corpses?
Why?
Just for fun.
Why?
experiments?
Science.
They'll join. I need to practice on my hobgoblin anyway.
Ow, motherfucker.
Huh?
You good?
Scar tissue pain came back with a fucking vengeance. Okay.
I am vengeance.
Stop being vengeance. Hurts.
I am the Batman.
I am not vengeance anymore.
I have a no-kill rule.
Justice.
But you do have a severe brain trauma. You do not have a severe brain trauma rule.
No, because they're still alive even if they're vegetables.
You do not have a... Yeah, I mean, true. And you know what? It's Bruce's way of cleaning up the streets. He's cutting out the rot and planting vegetables. Making a good old Gotham garden.
Damn it, Joe.
I would like to experiment.
Cool, we'll keep the corpses and I can also work on my hobgoblin anatomy. Yay!
There we go.
You mean
Okay.
cadavers?
Fantastic.
Piper, ready to kill for the pursuit of medical knowledge.
A challenge must be witnessed. I have my whisperers here. Choose your witnesses.
You mean your bitches that are gonna die too?
There's also, again, some of the younger ones that have that hesitancy in their eyes that are looking back and forth like, not us, we're just following orders. They're not saying it, but they're very
Considering-
clearly showing it with their body language.
Considering there's a crown of stars around Angel's head right now. Are you sure? Sure you want to play this game?
It's not a game.
It is a game.
It's called D&D. All right.
Just a dancing with Sony Lantern in the background.
No, totally Wilson dance battle.
He's just dancing the background. It's D&D.
All
Oh
right.
my god.
So as everybody is squaring up
Mhm.
on opposite points of the ice, I know I don't have tokens and a proper way to visualize this, but Roll20 likes to destroy any browser I put it on. So there's a reason why I'm working on getting Foundry working properly. Again, the main bitch of it is programming the
Okay.
epic level stuff for the sheets. But you guys are on
Vinistra
opposite...
said,
Whoop.
Joe said me the map. Send.
Fair enough, hold on.
It's alright.
my body hates me. It's trying to kill me daily. All right.
I'm gonna stand within 10 feet of everyone. Or try to position them within 10 feet of me.
Fuck. Excuse me. Ugh. Let me send this to you, Venestra.
So, is Avery coming, or is he just like, nah, I'm sleeping?
It's up to Avery.
And of
That's
course,
what
you
I'm asking.
rotate the
You're
map,
gonna-
actually.
Is he asleep? Avery, you sleep? I see Avery's sleeping.
Vinestra said, also send me Angel's battle token.
I think I have that somewhere.
You do.
Somebody just put one of the toads, since they are shrooms, for mine, since I am apparently in decay form. We have yet to update the visuals for Piper.
Well, we can send the old Piper token, at least.
No,
For
be
now.
Toadette. I want to be Toadette.
Fine, I'll grab Toadette.
Yeah. It's like, I'm a mushroom. Let's be Toadette. Ow, ow, ow. Crab on my foot. Crab on my foot. What the fuck?
Yes, it is.
Ow, ow, ow.
Compression issues.
Why?
But from a distance and looking at it on Discord, it don't look bad.
Oh no, I know that's humongous. If those are birds of prey up in the top left corner,
Yeah.
that's a big map. Because if those are big Arctic birds of prey, it's a big map.
It's unfortunately the low quality version because I couldn't fucking be bothered to pay the Patreon fee.
Rick.
He's asleep, Amber.
Oh, okay. So while
He's
Brick is
asleep.
also asleep, Avery is asleep. Avery's like, we're fighting? Nah.
This will be a great showcase
Yeah.
in how poorly I ended up balancing this. Trying to find a good Toadette image.
Okay, we're gonna watch Venestra's now that she's got it. If it'll load. Man. There it is. Finally did, but now she closed it. Hold on, it's just probably because my computer's slow. That's what the issue is.
Vinestra said, is it displaying the IAGE?
I see Photoshop, that's it.
Maybe Photoshop doesn't have the proper codec for that image.
Maybe Joe stopped sharing.
Ah. Well, yeah, let's try that.
How about everybody stop sharing and then we try again? Alright, try again. Let's see if it works. Technology is gonna be the death of me.
Again, this fight and everything for the setup would have happened sooner, but I had to get up and because of the dizziness and all that shit.
It's fine, I have to be up anyway.
She could have had it. She could have had it all herself. She could have had this son that she's been looking for. Oh, my son, my poor son. I could have had him, but instead I decided to cause a little issue.
Okay, where is everyone?
Angel's right against the monster.
Okay, and
Wherever
again,
Joe has
the
her.
the tent is on the far left end of the map. Far left bottom. Piper is over there because she ended up tearing up the tent with her, bundle shit.
Whole being. My being. My essence.
That wonderful natural one. Kind of right up against that sort of rocky face at the bottom of the map. On the side of where the tent is. Past the fence. If you see that little rock jutting out at the bottom, that would be about where she is. Yeah, just about.
I'm trying to be within 10 feet of everyone.
Okay, that'll work. And then
Vinestra said, just need the combatants' tokens.
Yep, let me get those. Come on! Yeah!
I'll be back. I'm gonna get some chicken nuggets. Need some meat.
Go get some chicken nuggets.
I am sorry, I had to pee, I am back.
It's all good.
My body's ready.
Not what I was expecting!
I would have had this shit prepared days ago.
Vinestra said, and how many bugbear allies?
Well, 17 of them already got taken out by... taken out and knocked unconscious by Piper's intervention. Which leaves... 7 left.
Tomorrow. Six. So I'm good. Hello?
Hello.
Avery?
Surprise, surprise! All the bugbear are unconscious because I took them all out on accident. Or was it planned? No, it was on accident! Oh, I'm gonna die.
I'm really really trying just not to fucking die. Okay, I don't have a naked version of this token. Ugh, let me upload! Discord, why you being a bitch? Which one thing of note, the amount of fucking rattling and shaking that you did inside of her mouth did lose her wig.
You took off her
got
weave!
no more wig.
You took off her weave!
Which exposes you to this right here. Thank you, Pinterest, for quick and dirty. That is her in-session art.
Vinestra said, "Why does her staff have a face?"
Why indeed?
Oh no.
She called it Wilson after she was cast away.
Ew. No. Could have kept her son. She could have just gotten it, but no. She said it got trouble.
She's got that face on it. I mean, now I can't unsee it. Thank you. All right. Also, for the sake of differentiation, Vinestra, as well as knowing which ones are assigned respectively to essentially each view, could you add a coloration to each of the Hobgoblin tokens? Doesn't really matter what kind.
Hey, DM,
Yes.
do I know what poison killed the changelings that they used?
Yeah, let me grab the notes for that real quick.
May not be corrupted.
Vinestra said, "Do we know what killed the dinosaurs?"
The Ice Age.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
Oh.
The mention of Arnold
Thanks,
Schwarzenegger
Joe, for
earlier.
getting
No,
it.
Yeah, exactly. What killed the dinosaurs?
The Ice Edge! God, that movie.
Goofy as shit.
God, I miss those. They were goofy as shit, but god damn were they good.
Yeah, I miss the bat nipples too.
Okay, I could have done without that part of the suit.
Fucking weird choice.
Like
The
those.
bat credit card.
The
Oh, it's so great!
out.
Yes!
It's a subtle difference, but we got blue
And
hub and
like
indigo
the
hub.
the black scene that they had where the on there cha-ching.
Never
so
leave the
great.
cave without it.
Are we ready, Joe?
Just about. As I go ahead and change the music.
So they're afraid of what's gonna happen, and they already are like, "I'm not gonna run away." I'm like, "You have to understand. You've just fucked yourself."
Yeah. Pretty much everybody else that's a bystander, I mean, you can clearly see there are various mixtures of disgusted, hesitant, and just bored. And for the disgusted and bored ones especially, it's how the hell did she sneak into our ranks? For the bored, it's like, I'm tired of this shit. I've been tired of paying attention the entire time. And for the scared ones, it's, we're new. We don't have any part of this. We didn't know this was a thing. Don't kill us for following orders.
Letting you know, I'm letting you know, Angel's gonna literally say, "So you want to be run by a person who enjoys slaves and killing people and basically running people into the ground?" That's hilarious.
We need. There we go.
That's literally what Angel's gonna tell him. You could have gone home. You could have survived. You could have lived your lives a million years over without you having to do this.
By the way, if y'all would rather not come up against us and you don't want to follow this bitch, poise at Realtor's mom, you don't have to join the fight. Just go to your tents. But if you're so loyal to her, then sure.
How many men got to basically sleep with her? That's disappointing.
Gotta get the music going. And we're at a stage with scar tissue pain that it hurts to fucking breathe. Okay. There we go. Viking battle music. POV or Viking warlord. That fits. Oh, yeah, it fits. Okay. Yeah, that fits.
Oh, Joe, Urkbach is part of the group.
Do you want to drag an Urkbach token onto the field?
Yes,
For
please.
someone else to be pissed at
She's the other person who
their
has.
stepmother. Let me grab an Urkbach token. Oh no, I got a proper token for you, Vanestra.
No, they got a little one. They got a little one.
I got a proper token.
We love Urkbach. We love her so much. I'm gonna bring Avery anything that she has that's cool. Especially if it's cool enough to protect him from
Why are
magic
those
stuff.
PNGs coming in with black borders? Yeah.
Look at the tiny Dictor, tiny Urkbach. Tiny Urkbach!
Whoa, black borders, bam a lamb. Alright.
Oh, no.
I need everybody to roll initiative.
Black Betty, lamb.
I have a question. The ones that don't want to fight, are they thinking twice about this situation?
If you don't want to
Also,
be
if
here,
someone
go
would
with your
like to check the
tents. How
stream
many
just to be
want-
sure if the music is too loud or not, because I'm playing it through my browser rather than normal Spotify route.
Also, if someone would like to text.
Yeah, it's good balance.
Good balance? Okay.
Good balance.
So the question that I have, Joe, is: are they ready to go, or she's like, she's literally looking at all these guys? If you don't want to be here, you don't have to be here.
Yeah, speaking of which, actually, as far as, and I'll put this as vaguely as I can, wrinkles in the battle. I need everybody to roll me a percentile.
Percentile?
Hold on. Okay, who ran off
Alongside your
with my Piper dice? Oh. I found my Piper dice.
21.
42. Oh. 42?
21, 42. This is a game of averages. rather
Vinestra
than
said,
beats.
69.
Nice.
Yeah.
But everybody's already naked, so that
Mine-
wrinkle is, you know.
At least the two main people who are doing the main fighting are naked. We don't have to be naked.
They're naked. I'm naked. That's a different thing. It's only
Piper,
has
what
to
was
go
your
for two
percentile?
people.
That's what I just
Mine was
said.
a 42.
I said they're naked. 93.
93. Okay.
Alright, I'm
I've
sticking my
also
dice
decreased
back
the
here.
difficulty of this fight due to the lack of Avery's presence, which is okay.
And also.
Wait. What size category is Angel?
Technically, she's small.
2.5 feet tall.
No, I'm not just small. What do you call it? 2.5
Tiny?
feet is literally under small.
Tiny. Well,
They're
we still need
tiny
the
category.
token visible, Megan.
Isn't tiny
I'm
like a
sorry.
skeleton, like a spider?
Yeah, I'd say
No,
tiny.
no.
Well, mechanically speaking, tiny is reserved
There's
for the
mini,
large
and
part
then
for
there's
insects.
tiny, and then there's small. There's no category.
It's tiny, small, medium.
There's no meaning. Okay.
Then we get large, then huge, then gargantuan,
You're there. The bottom.
and getting into a completely separate subcategory of these kinds of fights, which will happen many, many levels from now. Titanic.
No.
Can't wait.
When Avery gets his
No.
mecha.
Oh, that'd be cool.
For all the Teresks you
Out of the water.
befriended, there's bound to be at least one pissed at you.
I have a baby one. It's a baby.
Roll initiative against the baby. No, I'm kidding. So. I rolled a punt.
Mother, I crave violence.
With a natural 20, that's what's me at a 28 DM.
28 for your initiative.
Oh, are we rolling initiative now?
Yes.
Alright. Everyone add a +7 to it.
Fuck.
Oh, great! Awesome! That puts me at a 30.
You feel my presence invigorate you.
You feel his aura of caffeine.
Great. I really needed that caffeine. Not really.
Which, if you don't mind, I'll actually add some extra actual legitimate fluff to that aura. Here in this case.
Wait. What do you mean? Who is he a paladin of for there to be caffeine?
Okay, Seer.
God of War. Meaning fighting is
He's getting a
My brand.
plus 7 to the initiative.
so,
Seer is stealing my brand.
He's gonna have problems. She's gonna be mad. She's gonna be mad.
as you all get ready and brace yourselves for a fight, in Xanon's presence, it almost feels like the moment of drawing your weapons and readying your magic is like the world around you is much slower.
Vinestra said,
processing your
11
movement,
plus
your
7
motion,
plus 5 for Amira. 18
your-
plus 7 plus 3 for Vi. Also, Joe, after session mind giving thoughts on those weapons.
Sure. Let me write down those numbers real quick.
I'm gonna use the inspiration. Can I use the inspiration?
Stop lagging.
For initiative, yeah. I mean, if it's one of your inspiration die that you're in for a recap.
Apparently Discord lagged the voice
2
chat
for
thing.
Mira.
I rolled a 27 for initiative.
Okay. All right, Piper, what did you get for initiative?
haven't rolled yet. Hold on. Where'd my dice go? There. And it's +7 to my initiative? On top of my initiative and...
Yep.
Okay. 13 plus 7 plus 5, which is total 25.
So are we killing them all?
This woman did specifically call for a deathmatch.
Although
Alright.
Angel and Realtar's mother are off limits, we are essentially to keep the bugbears off those two.
Question. Urkbok being on the field, how is everybody else going to react at this point? They don't know she's alive.
You see some crimson forms turn decidedly more pink out of pale reaction.
That's when Piper goes, and this is why you keep Fae as lawyers better than the devils. We find legal loopholes everywhere.
Are we ready?
Yes, I have to be sons of camera though, because I have not pumped all day since this morning.
Vinestra said, "Are you ready, kids?"
Oh yeah.
Aye, aye, Captain. No.
Oh, I forgot to BRB during that.
It's okay.
Cool. Cool. You're back. Awesome. I called you twice. Make sure you were alive.
Pain was bad enough the moment I sat down to put on the
Tiger bomb.
Tiger bomb. I almost passed out, yeah. Pain still super bad for those of you that got that before the BRB. We're going to raid Ruthie. We're going to pick up next week, next session 56. Starting with this fight with the map and all the tokens and everything. Never mind, Ruthie just raided. Fuck.